Take her away.
This conference is being recorded.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dave. Ed has been detained this evening for about an hour. He had a doctor's appointment late this afternoon on his heart condition. And so he is dealing with that, and he gave me a call earlier today and said, be ready. So Michelle and I are on the call along with Toasted, and we are here to help educate you in some of the things that are currently happening. How's my volume, Toasted? Is it good?
I can hear you really good.
Okay, all right. He might have stepped out. Anyway, I kind of want to give you an update as to my court case relating to the bonds, birth bonds. I did get a letter from the court. I find it interesting that it was mailed to me in the all-caps name, which the judge didn't seem to think she knew anything about that, especially since it was, we did send her a notice of error, did we not, Michelle?
We did.
And so why would the court address me in the all-caps name if they weren't profiteering from public office? There is a court case assigned to that, so that means she can sell the court case on Dun & Bradstreet, Wall Street, the Commodities Exchange, and a whole lot of other things, and make a few shekels for herself. So I returned it unopened.
I agree.
And wrote refused. Now, I then sent a letter to the court and told them I hope they were familiar with identity theft.
Awesome.
So, haven't heard anything back yet. It should be interesting because if I don't hear anything, then I'm going to file identity theft charges against the court. And we'll see where that one goes.
Well, we can challenge them, David. We can do like I did. We can actually challenge the court.
Yeah.
And as to you not consenting to them using your all caps name.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll challenge them on it. And I'll have to dig up I'll have to share you my document because I'll have to go back and look at all the verbiage that I looked up on it.
Right.
And we'll just use it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
I'm not against that.
No, me neither. I also discovered something too, David, when while we were looking at the going over the different information regarding the law and as to questioning certain things as to what you're getting ready to do with your case.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that you and I were working on was as to the trustee.
Actually, what I have done is I've sent a note to the court asking them for the declaratory judgment since no one bothers to answer the affidavit.
Ooh, good move.
So the court had 10 days to respond. When I filed it there, they didn't do it. In fact, they didn't take action until some 50 days later. The Secretary of Treasury didn't respond to it. Of course, I realized there was a transition period, but he had over a week to respond before he left office, yet no communication from that office. And then, of course, there was the Comptroller of the Currency who was also advised and sent the information, and he refused. Then there was the IMF and the IRS and their various and sundry offices. Again, no no response. So how many people do you have to notify? How many people do you have to, how you want to say, inform? And they fail to comprehend, evidently, what a affidavit is.
Well, they don't like affidavits.
Them and not us?
They don't like affidavits.
Not the way I read it.
No, I mean the courts don't like affidavits because after all, when you address an affidavit speaks you're sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in an affidavit. That's why judges don't like them.
Oh, I'm perfectly aware of that. It's amazing. It just simply amazes me that educated people in law, for some reason, don't like the law when it applies to them.
They sure don't, especially when you catch them in their own fraudulent acts.
Right.
And that's exactly what.
Then there was that affidavit of constitutional criminal complaint, which we presented to my members of Congress on.
Wait, David, we got some interference going on.
Oh.
Never mind. It went away.
Okay. I sent to my three stooges. I sent a constitutional criminal complaint on 8/22 of 2015. Since the Supreme Court didn't answer their copy of it, I included that copy in the criminal complaint addressing my three stooges. And, I haven't heard anything since 8/22. Now, this is an affidavit of fact. A criminal investigation mandated under USC 18 at 4, 241, 242, Title 42 at 1983, 1985, 86, and 88. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. Blah 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 blah. It lists the four things in an affidavit. Lists me as the affiant, and people, it is 28 pages long.
Wow.
Now, considering the average attention span of a member of Congress is only 15 minutes, they probably fell asleep reading it.
Probably.
So,
and I doubt very much that they even read the whole thing.
Oh, I doubt it. If they, if they followed the Jefferson Manual on their rules of order. I mean, they made these rules of order, and yet they claim they don't have to follow them. But yet only half of Congress is replaced at a time. So it carries over from one session to the next.
Wow.
So how can you ignore your own rules of order? I get a little tired of the rigmarole, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I hear you.
So basically, I got a little off track there, but I wanted you to comprehend the fact that the things that I brought up in the court case are also things that are brought up in this constitutional criminal complaint that was presented to both Congress, the Supreme Court, and now it just seems like we're at a dead end again. And I don't know about you who are listening, but personally, I am a little fed up with being ignored. The people of this nation have the right to alter and abolish any form of government that becomes destructive to these ends, and that would be the Constitution of the United States of America. So I'm thinking what we are going to have to do is write up a declaration by we the people and get this thing out there for people to sign and and let's shake things up in D.C. and our court system. Since the courts are crooked, we may as well just abolish the court system.
Well, I agree with you there.
And we'll go back to the ways it was in the good old West. You catch a crook, you hang him.
Really? Well, you know,
the maxim is, when the law of man does not prevail, the law of nature must.
Well,
so
and you know,
if they
David,
want to play stupid, we'll show them what stupid will get them.
Well, I agree, and we use their stuff to go at them. Well, look at how they're doing. Look at how they're trying. How they're doing with Trump. I mean, Trump. Everybody, you know, is out to hang the man, but yet he's actually doing things correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you quote the law, when you are in his position, and you realize what happened in the War of 1801 through 1807 or 1808, in the Barbary Coast with the Muslims down there. You know, those legislative acts that followed that were to have nothing to do with Muslims in this country.
That's true.
And then the law that he quoted was a more up-to-date one in 1952, I think it was, or maybe a little bit past that. But anyway, he quoted the right law when he said he has the right to take these people out.
That's true, he did.
Nation. And he did it right. And this judge or these judges who are now saying, "Oh no, you can't do that." Oh yes, we can. What do you think we wrote? Excuse me. Why do you think the legislative body of this government wrote that if they didn't mean it?
That is true.
And if this judge is too incompetent as a judge to comprehend the fact that the law written by the Congress of the United States, unless it's been challenged in a court, which would have to be the Supreme Court, not the lower courts.
Correct.
You know, Mr. Trump's right. This judge should be thrown off the bench and removed, never to serve again.
Well, and there's been other judges who actually came out and said that too, that were backing up Trump. As to what that one judge did. Judge was totally off doing what making that accusation and coming out with that ruling, thinking that she or he had the right to overturn something that the president just came out and addressed. Totally wrong. One thing I learned, the judges in the courts, they are well aware of what we're bringing forth to them. Most of them know that because they're basing it off of canon law. They also know that canon law was not originally formed in the United States. It was brought to the United States, and then it was translated to English. So this is a problem that we're facing, and even if you notice when you look up these laws, I mean, it even states in the documentation.
Yes,
have you noticed that when you look up these laws, you know, that it talks about the other countries or the foreign countries pertaining to that law.
Mm-hmm.
So that's based off of canon law.
Michelle, too, that all law and statute were copywritten into international law back in the Bankruptcy Act.
That's exactly right.
So apply worldwide. So why are they ignorant of law?
They're not ignorant of law. They don't want the truth to be told or to come out, David. They don't want us to know the truth.
That's true.
So,
by the way, just to interrupt you here on this thought, because I want to get into the next point here as quickly as we can.
Sure.
And I want you all to go to neworegontrackers.com and get on the website and look at my post as of today, 2/27/17, relating to this video, because we're going to play this on the show tonight, and so I want to set this up so everybody comprehends what we're talking about. Okay?
That
so
sounds great.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that sounds good, David. I'm glad to hear that. I was actually listening to another video too, a recording that has to do with the banks, and it talks about the history there, and it's on the same subject line as to what you're talking about, just that it's a different video. And I was thinking about doing the same thing. I was thinking about playing it. Not tonight on this call, but on maybe next week we'll play it, because it kind of falls into play as to what you're talking about. Just that the video I'm sure you're referring to is more of a shocking video as to what we need to hear.
This exposes the international banking community and corporations to what they're actually up to. Without our knowledge, consent. This is high treason against the Constitution. The Federal Reserve's involved in it, and a lot of other banks are. And so the people are actually named who are the instigators of this. And this is why I contacted President Trump today on the White House website. Told him he needed to listen to this because this is a matter of national security.
Well, that's a good point, David. And now that you're on that subject, do you remember before Donald or President Trump became president? Remember the recordings that came out that were in other words, that they didn't know that they were being recorded, or it was going to go live. I'm not sure how it came about, but some guy was recording the Democrat Party, and they even made some. And I have those documents. I'll have to go back and pull them up, but they're videos, and they were making statements in there that they didn't care about the old people and that those that were reaching retirement age. So in other words, you were on your own. Basically, they made it sound like they were going to pretty much just knock us off because we were reaching retirement age, and then of course we'd be on Social Security that age, so it was like we had no right.
Well,
and
okay, you've worked all your life, you busted yourself where you were, and now that you're to the age where you could kick back and enjoy life a little bit before the golden years hit you, and I love the comment a guy made to me the other day on the golden years. He said, because it takes a lot of gold to survive.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Very true.
I won't be able to link a video into the call tonight.
Hold on a minute. I think I can. Just let's see. I'm going to click on it here and see if I can get it to go.
Well, I'll be on standby for a minute.
I can lay my phone down by my speaker and we can play it live.
Yeah, we can do it that way.
All right. Well, we'll try it. I'll be on standby.
Okay.
All right. I think we're about ready here. I'm hoping it'll go.
Yeah, if you put the mic or the phone by the speakers while it's playing, it
started to. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
It has some issues of winding here right now, it looks like.
Okay. We should be able to hear it.
Yeah. I turned my volume up on my computer, so.
Okay.
Come on. Let's go.
Times, the financial elite have been planning.
Okay.
I could hear it.
Stops, so let's. I don't know what the issue is here.
Well, just so you know, I could hear it pretty good.
Okay, good. And once this starts playing,
waiting, dreams of domination.
Here we go. Well, I thought. it played a lot better this morning. I didn't have all of this
cutting in and out.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't comprehend what's going on here. I'll tell you what I can do. Watch the video. Okay.
Of total control have been passed down.
No, I'm not going to do this. Let me go to my email.
Okay. And try to pull it up.
And pull it up there because it was much better.
Okay. Well, while you're trying to work on that, I want to touch on some what you and I discovered, David, as to the trustee.
Mm-hmm.
And also about the complaint form through the IRS.
Okay.
I'll brief them on that. What David and I had discovered, we've been doing some research, and one of the things that we discovered is, especially those that are facing foreclosure and those in reference to your property, if you're a homeowner and you have a mortgage that was paid off in full, well, what I discovered through the trustee, remember, the banks claim that they're the trustee and they're the holder of your note and your property.
It's coming up.
Okay.
I think I'm getting the same thing here that I was there.
I hope not.
Because this is what Toasted sent me earlier today, and it played. I'm getting the same stuff on this. I find that interesting, considering that this just came out, and I released it too.
The financial elite have been planning.
Yeah, they're just messing with us here.
Was it like starting and then stopping?
Yeah, it plays about a sentence and then it goes into this rewind thing.
Oh.
Waiting. Dreams of domination.
Yep, it's going to play this the whole time. I can tell. Listen, let me just go back to the front of this, where this thing starts. It says in 1998, he helped save the financial system from the collapse of LTCM. In 2006, he warned Washington officials of the coming $12.6 trillion mortgage meltdown. And now CIA finance threats analyze Jim Rickards, is who this guy is, who's made this video, and anybody who knows the financial world knows of Jim Rickards. He warns of a looming $326 trillion crisis poised to freeze the world's financial systems, identified indefinitely, excuse me, in just a 48-hour period. The coming big freeze is, as he calls it, is the international bankers, the heavy-duty financiers, Wall Street, the Fed, David Rockefeller Center on Foreign Relations. All these people are involved in this.
Yeah.
And so when I listened to this and I got abreast of what they were actually trying to do, is when I got on the White House website and plastered this to Trump and telling him to get the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the Department of Justice.
Well, you know what? I would think, David, I would think that the president would be able to put a stop to that crap. That's kind of like the other video that I was listening to, and that's why even Glenn Beck had touched on it when he was on Fox News. That's why Glenn Beck was removed from Fox News, because he was revealing history and the truth behind the banks.
Right.
And
Rickards has done his investigation. He's traveled throughout the world to get the information on this. He's been in Asia, Africa, Europe.
Right.
I mean, he went all over to find the links to all this stuff and who the people were behind it. And now on this video, and people are going to have to get this and look it for themselves. It's pro. Let me give you the website on it. PRO.AGORAFIAN, and that's all capitals. AWN is all capitals. Underscore ICENINE underscore 0117 / LAW, this is caps, I'm sorry, LAWNT, the number 2, AU, that's all caps, and then underscore / question mark H equal the word true, TRUE. So do you want me to repeat that?
You can. And what is the name? It might be easier too if we
the Big Freeze.
The Big Freeze.
The Big Freeze.
Okay, because I was just going to say, probably if they put that Big Freeze in their Google search bar, they should be able to get the video.
Okay.
It's called the
I'll
Big
just
Freeze.
Give you after the HTTP stuff. It's pro, PRO period, or dot, however you want to do it. This is lowercase. So it's pro, AGO, RAF, INA, NCIAL.com.
Yeah, there we go. That would probably be a lot easier. I'm going to look that one up.
/ P / and this is all caps, these 3 letters are all caps, AWN underscore, then we're back to lowercase, ICENINE underscore 0117 / now this is all caps, LAWNT, the number 2, AU / now we're back to lowercase again, question mark H equal true, TRUE. And everybody needs to listen to this, because this is a matter of your money, your life savings, your stocks, your bonds, everything. These people are planning on crashing the entire financial market to form a new world order, one world government.
You know, it's funny. I have heard about this a while back, And while I had heard about it, David, I was like, I'm sitting back here and I'm like, okay, we know what our enemy's fixing to do. So you can't tell me that those that are in charge, like the FBI, the President of the United States, those in Congress, our state senators and our governors. So if that's the case, they're behind it. Because there's no way, I just can't see how they would allow that to go through unless our state senators and our governors are behind it. Now, I feel, and I truly, honestly believe, that a lot of the Democrat parties, those that claim that and use the term the democracy, that we're under a democracy, those that use that term are the ones that want to take the United States down and want to make it a one world order. Because under a democracy, that's exactly what it means. One ruler rules everybody under a democracy.
It's been said that Hillary planned on, once she got elected president, was to immediately turn it over to him.
Well, now, that's true. And, you know, now that you're bringing this up, the other day I was going over some news media videos and just different things regarding the news. Now, according to Judicial Watch, they just came out with one of their releases indicating that they were going to be taking legal charge, and that they were looking at Obama and Hillary as to something to what you just touched on, as to about what Hillary had planned. Now, this was before, of course, Trump became our president. But because of now I remember, in the video they were claiming that now this is Judicial Watch, okay, and Freedom Watch or something to that effect. They were claiming that they come across evidence, and in other words, Obama and Hillary and a few others were planning. In other words, they were planning on doing things, and they were also planning on taking regarding the presidency as Trump, fixing it where he, in other words, rigging things. And now what they're doing is they're doing exactly what they're claiming in the video, in the news media anyway, I should say, and that is they were claiming that they found evidence to prove that President Obama and the Clintons were behind these groups, these riots that has come about, that they were behind it. And there was I believe there was a lot of money in
these groups. They were paying for their motels, hotels, feeding.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
To keep them active.
That is correct. And they now in the news media, and that would be Judicial Watch. In fact, I'll have to go back and look on my links, because I think I just posted some of those on Facebook. Those some of those links that I'm talking about, because I just was going through some of my old mail, my intake on my mail, and reviewing some of them. So if that's the case, then I would think, now if that isn't treason, I don't know what to say other than, I'm actually speechless, because I would...
Consorting with the enemy.
Oh, absolutely.
This is high treason. You bet it is.
So because of it being high treason, that's where Trump would be able to put a stop to it. Because what they're doing just... Yeah, God, I hope so. Well, that's why they're going after... Judicial Watch I'd have to pull up some of my material, because they just sent me some stuff as to what they were covering as far as the lawsuits go.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I noticed too is what is that ALC whatever, what's the abbreviation that they go by? The one that claims that that they're for in other words, for justice and stuff.
Oh.
And it's AL. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They go by ALC, something like that.
ACLJ, I think it is.
That's it. Well, they're worried because they're in other words, they're trying. I think they're trying to stop what Trump is doing.
I'm wrong. ACLJ is American Center for Law and Justice. ACLU.
That's it.
The one we're talking
That's
about.
the one I'm talking about. And they're the ones that in other words, they address cases like, they claim that, like, if a lot of us are in other words, our rights are being violated upon, those are the kind of cases that they take, that type of thing.
Right.
And well, I think they're nervous because of the truth coming out as to what we're revealing and other people that are revealing as far as how they're committing fraud and corruption. And the truth is starting to come out, just like what you and I touched on.
Right. Let me read the letter I sent to Trump. I posted this to his the White House wall on Facebook.
Okay.
Mr. President, sir, we have a situation of extreme importance to the well-being of this nation. Please review, and then I gave him the website immediately, if not sooner. This video is showing collusion to overthrow the governments of the world by highly elite among the world's wealthiest people, and it must be stopped immediately. This is a terrorist group and are committing crimes against humanity. Should they be allowed to continue, there will be inflation and depression this world has never seen before. Your immediate attention is required. Immediately mobilize the FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Department of Justice, and a federal grand jury investigation into this situation to prevent it from happening. Furthermore, immediately stop all funding for the Center on Foreign Relations, the Federal Reserve System, and remove them from any and all U.S. government dealings immediately. Reinstate the silver certificate and begin printing it immediately by executive order. Fraud by trickery is how the Fed is operating in the first place. Do the history thereof, and I signed it.
That's awesome. David, something that I had discovered years ago when I was doing my research, and that's when I discovered about Title 12.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I knew we were not being told the truth, and we were not being taught properly what we should know as far as the law goes. And I think that when I came across that information anyway, that's when I think they realized that they were in trouble, because eventually people would start to put the puzzle together, and that's exactly what we have done.
Right. And if you noticed, a friend of mine sent me this, who I consider a very, very close friend, and she's in the Boston area.
That's good.
When she got word of this, and she's been reading some of Rickard's books, And she said, I just come across this, Dave, and you've got to listen, you've got to hear this. And
wow.
so I took the time and listened to it. And once I discovered that he had actually named names in this documentary, it gives the Department of Justice immediate handle on who the
parties are
who wants to overthrow. Because understand this. This is not just America these people are going to do this to. This is the entire world.
Correct.
That they're planning on doing this to. They are planning on turning the financial systems of the world upside down, and you will not be able to access your money. You will not be able to trade your stocks. You won't be able to do jack diddly with anything financially. This is why this has to be stopped, and I mean stopped tonight.
Well, and you know something, David? Isn't that amazing? Because remember, like Syria, for instance, those that were crying out and crying for help, and they were verbally letting us know, those that were victims, what was going on, and you just, you have no idea what's going on because you're not being told the truth. And I believe that. And
who gave Syria and Egypt the loans? Loans came with attachments. And this is what they agreed to.
And you know something? Let's think about this. All those that are that are losing their heads, and they're claiming that they're Christians. Well, I have to wonder: are they people that are trying to reveal the truth? And they're using trickery by claiming that they're losing their heads because they're Christians, or is it because they're really trying to reveal the truth, and they're claiming that they're Christians, and that's their excuse, right?
Well,
what other way to cover it up?
Yeah, you have to remember that this stuff goes back to your churches when they became the 501c3, which tied them to who? Pope.
That's right.
So they can't claim Christianity when they joined a cult organization.
That's true. But the media, but what I meant by the Christians, David, is the media, meaning the news media is claiming that they're Christians and they're losing their heads because they're Christians. Okay, well, that may be, but I'm telling you that it goes... They're trying to get you into Shireen law. Oh, absolutely. Okay? Yeah, that's true. They don't care if you're admitting you're a Christian, that's sudden death. That is correct. That is true, because the Sharia law, right. I mean, you can't consider us infidels. That's exactly right. Yep, you're right. You have to be able to read between the lines, under the lines, in between the lines, if you're going to decipher what's going on here. Well, and isn't it amazing? Remember a few weeks ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago, that one actress who said that she mentions that she's for Sharia law. I don't know if you heard about that. I can't think of her name off the top of my noggin, but she actually admitted that, and it was recorded, and Judge Ajeen, in other words, came out and said, "You have no idea what you're talking about if you're for Sharia law." Boy, that's for sure. And then she says, excuse me, not Sharia law. She was for martial law. I'm sorry, not Sharia law, martial law. And she makes a statement. She's for martial law. Well, I hate to tell her she got her way, because Obama put us under martial law. Oh, I know, but she's for it. In other words, she thinks it's a good thing to be under martial law, she has no idea what she's talking about because under martial law, you fall under a privilege.
Exactly.
So, and you are right. We've been under martial law. We've been under martial law going all the way back to the Civil War.
Well, we've been under there since Lincoln, anyway.
Absolutely. That's why that statement was made after he signed the document. He made a statement, something that he was sorry what he did. Yeah. Because he was also tricked too. I believe that he did not have he wasn't told everything until after he signed that piece of paper, and then when he got the rest of the information, that's when he realized, oh my God, what did I just do? Well,
you have to remember that when Lincoln used his War Powers Act, he actually never quite understood what that War Powers Act entailed, because you have to remember we weren't at war with a foreign nation.
That's right.
We were in a political dispute with the southern states.
That's true. I agree. And I think that's why he was murdered, because I believe that once he realized what he had done, I think he was fixing to address. I mean, I'm just guessing, but I believe he was getting ready to do, in other words, overturn some things that he had done, and that's why they murdered him.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want it, they didn't want it to be overturned what he had signed.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what I believe.
Well, he got himself into something he wasn't aware of what he was getting himself into, or else he had bad advisors.
Well, my advice to people, the listeners on this phone call, you better learn how to plant some seeds, and you better get them going. You better get some squash going and whatever, things that you can live on, because if they're going to pull the plug out from underneath us, there's going to be a lot of people dying.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be an awful lot of riots going on, because people, when it comes to food and survival, look out. That's why they wanted to come after our guns. That's why President Obama upped the price on bullets and stuff.
Yeah, that and the fact that each bullet has a number on it.
Well, that's true too. You got a point on that one. Yeah. So if you want to go out and get ammunition, it went up by $100.
Wow.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I said to my son, holy cows, we better go get some more ammunition, man. I can't get over how much it went up.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. I never dreamed in my lifetime, during my lifetime, that I would be a witness to this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally blown away. And it's funny because people, when you try to talk to people, they look at you like you're some Looney Tune.
Mm-hmm.
Until they figure it out, Right. And they realize, oh, she wasn't a Looney Tune after all, Yeah, we are. Well, what we're witnessing is really, honest to God, what we are witnessing is what is a privilege. Because under a privilege, we don't have 100% rights.
True. You got to take this all the way. You start back with Abraham Lincoln, but you have to remember that when those 9 states walked out of Congress in secession, is when all this stuff deepened. And Congress had to adjourn without day, meaning they didn't have enough votes to conduct business. That became sin die, never to meet again the next day, because they didn't have enough votes to call the next session of Congress. We have basically had no lawful seating of Congress since that point in history.
Well, and you know what, David? Look at compared to what we discovered, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we compare that now with what I had discovered under Title 12. So that's proof right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what the guy's talking about in that video that you just discovered, that was shared with you.
I mean, this when the financially wealthy elite individuals think that they have the right to control and extort money for their own personal gain without being held accountable, that's when they stepped over the line.
Oh, absolutely.
They have to be stopped. They absolutely have to be stopped. If they're arrested, taken out, and hung, I couldn't care less.
Well, and you know what, David? See, now and the people that are behind that are the Rockefellers. Oh my God, there's so many of them.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. It's the original group.
Well, and guess what? You know, here's
families, I should say.
That's right, and here's the scary part of it. Guess who controls and runs the news media? They do. Their families.
Yeah, that's part of every one of the people who own the newspapers and news media are part of David Rockefeller's Center on Foreign Relations. Look it up.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's the reason why I told Trump you got to do away with Rockefeller and the Center on Foreign Relations. Stop.
They have the money.
And stop funding the Federal Reserve.
Right. Exactly.
Once you pull the plug on their finances, what happens to them? They dry up like
well, that's true.
Lines with poison that's been poisoned.
Well, and I'll tell you, you know, there's more of us than there is them.
You betcha.
And if they think that they're going to win, there's no way they're going to win. There's going to be so many people that I mean, quite a few people already know and have caught on.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually it's going to die out. I mean, it's just going to have to. You know?
Yeah,
that's crazy. And let's think about that. What about our military? Is our military going to allow that, or are they part of it?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Because we're the UN organization. You got to remember, UN's part of this.
Right. That's right.
So where has the military already been turned over to the control of the United Nations, British government? You know, where has all this, I would say, crap started? Okay, or has ended? What executive order has done all these things?
Right.
Because you have to remember, Commander-in-Chief, they have to take orders from the President. But under martial law, then this question arises. If you declared martial law and suspended the Constitution, you just terminated yourself.
Well, and you know something? Do they? I wonder if they realize that.
I doubt it. They probably never thought that.
Well, and that's
because
a good
remember
point.
What Roosevelt did? He first suspended the Constitution, then he declared martial law, then he instigated Executive Order 6102, and that's brought up in this video too, by the way, Executive Order 6102.
Mm-hmm.
6102 was a grand theft of the United States Treasury where Roosevelt handed our money, gold and silver, over to the Vatican. So why was Roosevelt in bed with a cult?
Correct. Well, and you know what, David? Speaking of that, Obama, he even signed executive orders that's under treason.
Mm-hmm. You cannot write an executive order. You cannot write a law, a statute that it violates a treaty.
Well, and now that falls back on what I discovered, and that's under Title 12.
That's right. And what was it the Supreme Court said? You cannot license law.
That's right.
So if you're copywriting law, that's against the law.
Right.
That gives you a false impression that you have the right to regulate law by yourself. You can say who uses it, who can't use it. That's all bullshit.
I agree. I agree, and I think that that's why they didn't want us to learn the Federalist Papers.
That's
because
right.
Because in the Federalist Papers, it talks about that type of fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's why like you pointed out to me, the original Constitution it was only one paper.
Yes.
It's what followed it. In other words, it was the other attachments that was part of that document.
Mm-hmm. So
it's funny.
Stop and think about, when did the United States of America Corporation come into play?
Right.
Nobody but anybody ever gave the corporation the authority to borrow money using our good names, faith, and credit. And the fraud scheme that this corporation and the Vatican came up with was your birth certificate, your bond, and your birth certificate, your live birth certificate. Roosevelt created that $630,000 bond on it, and which is an insurance policy. And then the certificate, or the birth certificate itself, which is another $1.2 million. And then over time, as you use your signature to sign documents, all those get sold, and that increases the net worth of those bonds. And they're waiting on you to die, and nobody claimed them, and then they can pocket the money.
Well, I think there's going to be an awful lot of disappointments going on, because I believe that's why he's going after the news media about the fake news and all this and that, because we're not being told the truth.
That's exactly right. We're not.
I know.
Who's controlling that? Oh, David Rockefeller Center on Foreign Relations.
That's exactly right.
Who owns a newspaper in the United States, to the best of my knowledge, is a member of the CFR. And therefore they control what is said, when it is said, and how it is said. That's not
well, and you know something? Here's a scary thought too. They are the federal government is controlling the sheriff's department and the police department. Now, to what extent, though, are these sheriffs and these police departments? In other words, when are because you know that a lot of them are going to be disagreeing, and if they get the order, well, you have to take down so many people or whatever, right? How many are actually going to do it, and how many are going to say, "Are you nuts?"
Well, that's when I think if push comes to shove, I think the good guys in the military are going to overthrow the bad guys.
I agree.
They're not going to go out and kill their mom and dad and their brothers and sisters and cousins, aunts, uncles.
That's exactly right. That's why I think too much. Well, the truth will prevail, and I believe that because the truth is starting to come out, and certain people, even though they have been murdered, they opened their mouths, and even though they were murdered, people still look into that, and they go and they question it, and they start doing their own research, just like we did. Mm-hmm. There's no way you're going to be able to silence it.
Right.
because eventually it's gonna get leaked.
Right.
Now here, you know. Go ahead.
Toast, are you there?
Who?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who are you asking for?
Looking at the board. I was looking at the board here, and I'm not seeing any activity on it. I don't know if I'm actually logged in correctly or not. So,
I have that I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this is the first time I've had access to it, so.
Right. Do you see any?
Get me this stuff prior to tonight, but never did.
I can hear you.
Anyway.
Oh, we got somebody.
Toast,
yes, I can hear you.
So can I.
Good.
Oh, okay.
Who's this,
okay.
Santa Claus?
What's that?
Who is this?
Your brother.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize your voice. I guess it's just the way it's difference in it. So, yeah, I'm not getting anything on the board other than a blank board.
I don't know.
Something wrong here. So I hope Toasted has control of the board.
Well, can anyway, Toast hear us talking?
He should be able to.
Toast, can you hear us? If you can, please let us know. I wonder if we
out of state. I know that right now. He's in Texas.
I know,
somewhere. So, but anyway, he said he's got the board playing live.
Yeah.
So
Did you hear that, David? Though, regarding the board, something about this. It was on hold.
Oh. No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
The something to do with this. That would be the switchboard regarding the board.
Okay. All right. So he's got control of it. That's all right.
Oh, okay.
Somebody has control of it.
Yeah. Because he.
Q&A session started. Q&A session is over.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. I mean, he's there. He's there.
Okay.
that requires a switch to be thrown to bring that in.
Right.
Excuse me.
Okay. Well, David, isn't it amazing? Now I sent I did send by fax to the IRS my form,
okay.
And geez, with all this fraud going on, oh boy, I don't know. It's like. Well,
I have 2 forms that I've got finished today that I need to scan into the computer yet, and then tomorrow these will get mailed.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I filled my when I did the form as to the identity theft. Mm-hmm. I'm in my little column there where you specify your claim. I told them that I was going to be filling out or adding their form, the 211 form, in there on the in the cover sheet on the other form as to the identity theft application.
Right.
So I thought in other words, I thought I'd cover my grounds. I would put mention the 211 form in that on the identity theft form, so that because the 211 form has to do with the award, Right. So anyway, I did fax it to him.
Wanted to do these identity theft affidavits. They're form number 14039, and then the application for award for original information is your form 211.
Correct.
So if anyone wants to file identity theft charges, there's how you do it. Fill out those forms. That falls under, for some reason, it falls under the IRS and not the Department of Justice. Don't you find that strange?
I do. Although on the application, on the one application, the 211 form, they ask if you have addressed any legal, in other words, any legal matters or status as to what you're claiming on the 211 form.
Right.
It is amazing.
You can submit this stuff to your government employees, but just because you have done that doesn't mean anything's being done about it.
That's true. That is true.
So the IRS forms, I find that these IRS forms, nothing but misleading information, 90% of it.
Well, that might be true, but they're there, and they are an agency, and they can be.
Well,
they
not
can.
An agency of the United States.
Well, that's true, but they're claiming that they're part of the United
I know
States.
What they're claiming, but what they are is a division of the IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund. That's a foreign agent.
Oh, that's true. You got a point there.
So
well, I sent you a statement regarding the IRS and why it came about and why it was put into place. Unfortunately,
it was put into place originally to take care of Al Capone. And had he not, like Ed has said in the past, if he had never filled out an IRS form, they'd have never got him.
Wow.
But
that's amazing.
His John Henry, some attorney, told him, you need to do this. Bingo.
Right.
And what does that tell you about attorneys? Boy, scares me.
Yeah, they're scary son of a guns.
I shouldn't be so down on attorneys because of a few bad apples. And there's a lot more bad apples than there are good apples in that bunch.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Go to law school, study to be an attorney, but never take the bar to become one of them.
Well, and isn't it funny? Isn't that funny? I've had many people tell me that's what I should do, and I'm like, no, that's okay. I'll just learn it without going, learning how to in other words, how to act in court. Basically, when it comes down to, it's all about acting. Good old boys.
Right.
Well, what's amazing, what I discovered when I was looking up trustees, what does a trustee do? I was quite amazed because let's think about that. Remember I was telling you about the evidence that you need? And, well, trustees are also regarding insurance companies, insurance policies.
Well,
and something else I discovered. Those that have a mortgage, and even if you don't have a mortgage, what I discovered, believe it or not, and you don't even have to go to court for this. This is what I just discovered when I was looking up all this information. I discovered that you can. It's like addressing a living will, and what you do is you claim yourself as you being the trustee of your property. Guess what? Once you address the documents as you being the trustee, and by the way, these are standard forms. They're already available. And you just fill out the information. It's like doing a will. So this is documents that's already done up.
Okay.
And all you do is.
Number of it?
Yeah, it's under the. I'll have to. I don't have the number on it right off the top of my head. No. But what it is if you go to the trust, in other words, just Google search trustees, you'll come across the information I'm talking about.
Okay.
And when I was, it'll be under trustees as forms. So you go to when you're on their website, look up forms. Okay. And that's when you'll come across it.
Okay.
So anyway, so Oh yeah, and I sent you by email the other forms. Believe it or not, these are forms now. The same forms that the attorneys use. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, tried getting into the conference earlier, and I had trouble. All circuits were busy, and there was a busy tone in dialing the number. But yes, I am here observing, as you heard on the line. But I'm going to yield back to you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've got
thanks.
a blank screen on the control panel. I don't know what's going on with that.
Hit live conference on, and you'll, if you're logged into it.
Hold on a second. I got call begins, live conference. Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, turn that on, and you'll...
I got you. Got a live panel now.
There you go. All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Toad.
I yield. Not a problem.
Now, am I correct here? If I hit recording and it's on the slot where it says the button's covering, the button is covering on. If I hit that, now it's recording where it shows on.
Toast. He clicked.
Toast it.
Toast. He went back to
Whatever he was
clicked.
doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we're evidently.
Oh, hey, I'm back. I'm back for a second.
I say when I turned this on live conference, the on button was covered, so I clicked on it. It turned it on. It's now showing on, so that's what you have to do.
Yeah, and the recording's already going. You should already see it on.
Okay. All right.
All right. I yield back to the show.
I say, so for question and answer, where it's off, where I'm showing off now, and we get to that point, then I just hit Q&A to on.
I will brief you on how to deal with that later, but right now it's not necessary.
Okay. All right.
All right. I yield back to the show.
Okay. I forgot where we were, Michelle.
we were talking about I was talking about the trustee.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Right.
Regarding your property. Now, here's what you guys, those that are facing, in other words, that are trying to save their homes regarding mortgages. Here's how it works. The banks are the trustee. Now, the banks that claim that they are the trustee of your property, they cannot sue you. No trustee can take legal action against you because they are the holder of your property. Now, the reason why the banks, those that claim that are the trustees now of your property, the reason why they forward your mortgage or as the promissory note to a new lender is because the trustee can't sue you. So the trustee forwards your note to a new servicer, and that servicer is who's claiming the lawsuit upon you. That's how it works. So if you don't have a mortgage and you have paid off your mortgage, what you want to do is you go to the trustee's website, just Google trustee. Look up what the meaning of what a trustee does. Now, it's also in a living will. If you look up a living will and you address a living will, you'll also see the forms there pertaining to a trustee. What you want to do is you fill out the paperwork. It's the same scenario as you addressing a living will. The only difference is you're claiming yourself as you being the trustee.
And women in uniform, and I'm very proud to be doing that.
I hear background. Was there a question? David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I
Okay.
was just wondering if anybody was going to answer you.
Yeah, I heard some talking in the background. I thought somebody had a question. So,
Right.
so what you do is you look this up, and when you claim yourself as the trustee of your property, guess what? Now you are the main holder of your property, and nobody can do anything to you because you are claiming the trustee of your estate and your property. Now, this information is all there on those websites, and so I was quite surprised.
To the grantor settler for the estate?
I'm sorry, what was that, David?
Say, how does that apply to the grantor or settler for the estate of someone?
Because what you're doing, you're addressing as to your estate, and it's okay. It's the same scenario like when you're addressing when you address a living will, or when you're addressing. Well, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. It applies the same way as just like when you as to who you're claiming as power of attorney for you, under and as to the executor and the what's the other word? It's the executor and they're called the executor. Oh my God! In other words, it's the same thing,
yeah,
David.
I know what you're talking about, and I know the word you're looking for.
Yeah, it's another word that goes with the executor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the same concept. The only difference is you're not appointing somebody to look over you or your estate as power of attorney. So when you claim yourself as you being the trustee, correct. You're claiming. Okay, it's this. In other words, if you look up when you look up the documents pertaining to a living will, it's the same thing. The only difference is it's just like addressing a living will. It's the same format. The only difference is you're addressing yourself as a trustee pertaining to your property.
Okay.
Remember that what right now, as is those that now that's if you don't have a mortgage. If you don't have a mortgage and your mortgage is paid off in full, what you want to do is claim your property, and what you do is you fill out the paperwork. You claim yourself as you being the trustee. Then what you do is you can appoint somebody, like if something happens to you, you're the trustee of your property, and then that's where you can appoint somebody to fill in to be the executor or the successor of your property. If you were if something was to happen to you, and you would become deceased. And a family member, of course, would then take over. You also can appoint them as a trustee.
Well,
so if you have,
you could appoint them as an administrator.
Yeah, because if you have a brother or a sister who you want, or whoever it is that you want them to have your property. If you become deceased, who would you want to give your home to and your property to? You list them as the trustee.
Right.
And it's the same. Remember, when you're the trustee, you're the one that has full power. Nobody can do anything. They have to get your permission. Because you're the trustee of your estate and your property.
Exactly
you're
right.
claiming your property as you being the trustee. It's just like doing a live will, and I'm not joking. I was just reviewing that paperwork, and you don't even have to go to court. You just fill out the paperwork and submit it.
Yep.
Now, if you have a mortgage, then that's where you go through the property appraisals website and you fill out the forms pertaining to your property, and you claim your property, and that's where you assign somebody who you want to have your property, and that goes through probate. Then you take that form and you submit it into probate to make a court record, but then you also can submit it to the property appraisal's office. Now, the property appraisal's office, because every state is different, will tell you where to go file that form. And it's just a standard form. And it's an affidavit form, and you just fill it in, and then you put all your personal information. Well, your personal information will be the parcel number, the ID number as to your taxes, that type of stuff, and of course the information that you would get off of your mortgage papers as to the numbers and things like that. Those are personal questions that you are asked on these forms. That's all they're asking for, is stuff that you already have. Now, don't you find this amazing? All these lawyers and these law firms are aware of all what I'm talking about, but they would rather take that $20,000 from you or more, and then tell you, well, you have to give me $20,000 before I do anything. That's guaranteeing, my coverage, but that doesn't cover the court's fees and costs.
And people don't realize
it's amazing.
And they're done. They don't even have a lawyer to do this.
Correct. When all you have to do is just look up this information yourself, go to these websites, go to the IRS website. Those forms I'm talking about are even on the IRS's websites.
They are.
Just go to forms. Look for forms. There's all kinds of information it's public record.
.gov forms/forms. And all the forms.
Well, you know what? I'll give you an example, and I sent it to you, David, and that was to dismiss a court case.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Did you see that? Now, I was playing around with that website, and I couldn't believe it. But there are standard forms. They're already done up. All you do is sign them and date them. Same forms that all these lawyers are using. It was their same forms, David.
Yeah.
And that was on notice as to the notice to dismiss. If you had received a summons, excuse me. So if you had received a summons, that would, you have 20 days. I think it's 20 days. You have to respond to a summons, and all those forms are right there. And I was just playing around. I was like, oh, what's this? Notice to dismiss. And I started to click on these things, and I'm like, holy crap, that's the actual forms that they're using. Just goes to show you.
Yeah, God forbid we'd ever find this out.
Really. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, just like the IRS forms, there's all kinds of forms on the IRS's website.
You betcha.
And the federal rules booklet, civil rules booklet, they tell you what forms to use. See, what's nice about the program is it tells you what to do next, because it's all in order. So that's why it's good to know the federal rules booklet procedure, because then you know what you have to do next. After in other words, you file this notice of appearance, then it tells you what to do next after you file the notice of appearance.
Right.
And how to respond to them as notice of error, notice of default. They definitely have violated Rule 60 with your case, with the court. They have violated Rule 60. There's oh my gosh, there's so many things.
Did you look at the new Rule 60?
Yeah, I did. Did I look at it?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
They've changed it.
They changed maybe part of it. They probably changed part of the verbiage.
Well, yeah, I know they did that.
Was it? I think it was dated in 2015? They changed some of it, or was it 17? I mean 16.
15.
Yeah, I think it was in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was 2015 they changed part of it. But even what they changed doesn't hurt us.
Okay. All right.
What they did is I think what they changed is there was, in other words, there was kind of like a conflict going on with some of the verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they did is they clarified, they made some minor changes to that, as in other words, to make it where when you read it, you understood it better.
It dealt with the court issues.
Yes, it did. That's right. And that's what they were clarifying, because there was a little bit of confusion going on as to the way they had it. I guess, in other words, the verbiage wasn't quite clear.
Right.
So yeah, that's what they were changing.
Right.
But it's to our good.
I'm kind of concerned about Ed not being on here by now, because he said he'd probably be about an hour late.
I said an hour and a half late.
Hey, he's here.
There.
Hey, Ed.
I know, I just got in here, just got on, but I said I'll be an hour and a half late.
Well, you
I
sound
didn't get
good.
out of there until 5 o'clock.
We were worried about you.
We were getting worried.
I got a little concerned about some things he told me what I went through.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
So, you want to share any of your doctor's visit with us, or?
Well, I'm still putting it together. We're trying new medication. Apparently, I'm still having heart attacks.
Oh, my gosh. That's not good.
Good deal.
So, we're trying to figure out what, why, and how. We're trying to put the pieces together.
Okay.
So,
we'll keep you in prayer, buddy.
You know, so that's why at least I know where my shortness of breath and everything else has been coming from. So, still ties all into the heart, so.
Jesus.
That explains a lot.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, and at least this doctor at least took the time. We walked through stuff, and we talked about stuff instead of just like I was a number and being cattle in the yard being ready for market.
Wow.
You didn't get the pin in the ear or in the nose yet, huh?
No, I didn't get the ring in the nose. So I'm safe on that one.
How being an animal is, you never know when you're going to get it.
That's true. Yeah, at least this guy, we sat down and we went through stuff and really talked about stuff. So, we're going to try a couple of different way of medication here. So if the different ways prove out to work, we're just trying to get, 5 or a few more years out of it. So we're that's being realistic. That's what I can do.
If I had my way, you'd never pass. You know what I mean?
Well, if I had my way, I wouldn't never pass, or when I pass, I'm going to become the rule. That way I can go after all the criminals.
That's right. Yeah. I once made a statement to one of my stooges. I want to go to hell first so I can be there to greet you.
No, I want to go there so I can take over. I want to run the place. I want to make sure that when everybody comes there, they're going to remember it and never forget it.
That's right. But that memorable experience.
That a true memorable experience.
The rest of eternity, you know what I mean?
Well, yes, I want to make sure they can never turn their back.
Right.
Well, I hate to break the bad news, guys, but I think that the news is going to be out sooner than that before you two have to go to hell and come back, because I think what we're revealing and what we just discovered, a lot of people are going to be waking up quite soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think a lot of them have to go to hell to realize it by then.
Well, that's the whole point. So long as people start waking up, because it's like when I was talking to the nurses, and I started explaining the birth certificate to them, and they looked at me and go, "Oh, yeah, right." And I said, "Well, here's the information. Go look it up for yourself."
Yeah.
I realize you don't want to believe me because of the medical society. Now, here's how we could correct this, so this way we know separation of lawful and legal.
Yeah.
So that is the point of knowing separation of lawful and legal.
That is true.
Edward, you're the same thing I'm doing when I talk to people on the phone. I love these telemarketers when they call because I fill them in on all the crap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially those that call in about the cancer thing, right? Would you like? Their new thing is now about the they're coming out with a new thing now pertaining to cancer for women. Yeah, it's called a pill to stop breast, cancer of the breast. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, right. Like that's nothing new.
Well,
they've had it for years.
I know.
Shot for ovarian cancer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's the new one now. Yep, that's right. Yeah.
And not only that, well, don't forget, hemp cures just about everything, and that's the point they don't want you to know about hemp.
That's true too. Well, and I also found out now I don't know how true it is, but I was from what I've been reading, vitamin C is also good for killing off cancer.
Absolutely, but you got to take a minimum of 1,000 to 1,500 milligrams a day.
Well, that's better than nothing at all.
I know. I take 1,000 a day myself.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, well, I wasn't really thrilled when he went through the test and telling me I'm still having heart attacks that I'm having. So that was not a real happy deal, but at least we know it, and so I know where I've been getting the other structure, so I know what it's directly related to instead of thinking what, why, and how.
What about the electrolytes? Did they say anything about that, Ed?
No, we haven't gotten that. We're trying a different congestive heart medication right now. Okay. And and I'm working on taking more and more distilled water. So that's the other point, working on distilled water, because that definitely helps your body. And the one thing is, I do like it in my community because we don't have fluoride in our county, in our water system in the entire county, because at least the people woke up to it.
Well, that's good news.
How do they get by with not notifying people that, somebody woke up, yeah. I don't want poisoned.
Well, I'm the one who woke up and started filing the lawsuits on the mayor and city council for poisoning and destroying people's lives, and then all of a sudden they decided that they voluntarily took it out of the city before I was able to get the lawsuit filed on them. And then the city of Newport tried to pass it last year, and it was defeated 68 or 69%. And they were trying to convince people, fluoride is good for you, for your teeth. And when I was in the doctor's office before I went to the vote, and their dentist's office, and they're trying to tell me what this is going to do, and I looked at them, I said, so you enjoy rat poison? And they said, oh, that's not rat poison. You don't know what you're talking about. And I said, go type in fluoride on the computer and tell me what it says about rat poison. And so she did that, and then all of a sudden I got this shocking look and there was no word said.
Wow.
So I already proved my point. Hello? And she's like, well, and I'm like, I don't have to argue with you.
Well, that's true.
That's right, and that's why I was giving our side out tonight and information to the medical providers, because when I was talking to these doctors and nurses, these guys were very informative for myself, and then when I started talking about stuff, they're going, well, we do what we do, you do what you do, so we got to work together. And I'm going, hey, that's a good idea.
Wow.
Because they were trying to get me off of, basically municipal use alcohol, and I said, you guys are not, and I started having spinal spasms in front of the doctor, and he was looking at me, and I said, told you, I got 19 blown discs, 4 1/4, I got spinal stenosis, what do you think? And I said, you guys deny me pain medicine, and technically that's considered, what is that called? Denying medication, so that's medical fraud, and I'm trying to think of the other lawful terminology.
Yeah.
And he's looking at me and going, I said, well, so I don't have a problem cutting back on this, but how am I supposed to cut back on this when I don't have this? And you wonder why I'm going through this structure in this state?
Right.
And you talk about you want stress and all this other stuff. I can prove where stress comes from, how the state makes their living and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
So apparently we'll see if they do the research by the time I go back to the doctor on our sites and see what they come up when I ask them.
Jeez. Medical malpractice, is that what you were thinking?
Huh?
Medical malpractice, is that what you were thinking?
Right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Medical malpractice, because if they don't give you pain medication, that's considered medical malpractice.
That is.
Yep.
Yep.
David, does Ed know about the tape, the video?
Which video?
I sent to Oregon Trackers the video that was sent to me today on the criminal activity of the major financial players and what they plan on doing worldwide to disrupt the financial system.
Mm-hmm.
Bank accounts, block you out of trading your shares on the various Wall Streets, whatever, worldwide. And this is so that they can put in the New World Order.
Okay, and then the other point is that anybody in California, don't forget to have them call the FBI in California, report Mr. DeLon, who's a congressman in California, as a domestic terrorist, because this is on another guy's Facebook site, they're doing it, because his family is from Mexico, and he even admitted on the Senate floor, if Donald Trump's structure goes through, him and his family would be deported because they're not legally or lawfully here.
Well, how did he ever get in the office?
Good point.
Well, people voted for him.
Yeah, but he ran for office. That means he committed voter
What?
fraud.
Treason, racketeering, extortion, fraud, theft of public services?
In his application for office, he committed fraud.
Exactly.
Well, I was reading, Ed, I was telling David, now I don't know how true this is, because like I said, I was only going by some things I was reading, but the Judicial Watch, now in some of the documentation that I came across, again, I got to verify it because we are being also not told the truth when it comes to certain news media, so I have to be careful. But according to what I found, they, and what they're stating, they have enough cause to go forward and go after Obama and Hillary Clinton for, I believe it was for treason. I believe they were claiming treason. And
absolutely.
The reason why they're claiming it now is because they have enough proof and enough evidence to prove that they were behind these groups, the movement groups, and even the ones after Trump got in office, because they had indicated that if Trump was to get into office, that they would still supply these groups. In other words, have them.
They were still supplying them public funding.
That's part of it.
It's hate crime.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Treason
thank
too.
you, David. That's what I was trying to say. Hate crime. So these hate crime groups, they're the ones right now that are using the news media and making all these fraudulent claims and because they're trying to get Trump out of office.
Right. And
so they
just
want
the democracy, which is another proof of treason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like
the Democratic Party.
Oh, absolutely.
I've already told Trump, give me the grand jury. Give me the grand jury. I'll indict these guys.
Yeah.
We'll investigate the Democratic Party for high treason.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well,
and I don't have a problem being an executioner. Well, I'm going to have to live with the compassion of my soul in that, because when it comes to that structure, I don't have it.
Right.
I've already got a letter of marque and reprisal. If the government entities who are assigned to do this job won't do it, give me the weapons. I'll take care of it.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, give me the control. I know how to do this.
You've already got a copy of it. Remember, we posted it on our website.
Well, you know what, David?
Actually, we wrote something about this, too. I think we served that to Judge Scalia 2 years ago before he was assassinated.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That was called lawful and legal in the structure of this country.
Yep. You know what? The video that David just brought forth tonight on the show, I also saw another news clip on the internet, and they're claiming that I forgot where it's at though, that they're not even allowing any loans to go through at all. Now, isn't that a coincidence, David? You're talking about that information on that video that you just brought to our attention, and I just saw another clip, and I'll have to go back and find it, where they're claiming that somewhere, I can't remember now where they said, I don't know if it's in the United States or out of the United States, but they are not allowing any loans to go through at all. Now, I find that now, if that doesn't bring us to our attention, there's got to be some truth behind it.
Yes.
Because why would banks all of a sudden just stop loans from going through?
That is the major point right there, which people don't comprehend. They don't stand out of the movie production. They get all wrapped up in this stuff, and they don't think.
Right. And I just read that today when I was on the internet, because I was trying to go back and look up some more information as to what we're discovering to back up what we're doing. And I was going through my in folder and my spam folder, and that's where I found it. And there was more than one person making the same claim. So about the banks, what they're doing.
Yeah, no, we do see a lot of changes coming on this one, and that's why they're panicking about Trump, because they can't sit there and embezzle money out of the accounts like they've been doing for the last, technically, when it really comes down to it, the last 30 years of democracy. Because even Reagan ended up part of that. That's why he ended up putting that 1 million count for immigration, and that was it, 1 million. And after that, it was supposed to go back to 50,000 every other year, and they had to be verified their community. That was part of his structure that they made that agreement with the Democratic Party in 1982.
Well, you know what? I got an idea. You know what we should start doing? Let's start documenting things by date, by year. Let's think about this. When Obama was in office, what did he do? He declared bankruptcy for the banks. After he declared bankruptcy, and I believe that was in 2008. In 2008, he declared bankruptcy and bailed out the banks. Right after he did that, what came next was the foreclosures.
Mm-hmm.
What a coincidence.
And then don't forget, after that, $9 trillion came up missing out of the IRS.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Right. Jeez. And then...
how much does the IRS owe me?
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
$9.3 billion they owe me. $9.3 billion.
Now, don't you find this amazing that the Congress, those regarding the branches of our government, when they need money, where do they go to get the money but out of the Social Security fund?
And then, they started attacking that Social Security fund. Remember, that's called the Democratic Party, and they started doing that with Nixon in 1972. And they had no rights attacking any of that fund because Social Security is only for lawful bloodline Americans. No immigration at all can be on it. That was a 1937 federal decision by the Supreme Court, because that's where they proved that it was Constitution, not foreign aid, as some would say.
Right.
And so I believe everybody who's involved in that transition who did that, they should lose all their funding that they passed in inheritance they passed down to their children. All that should go back into the structure.
Oh, I agree. Because the
other point of that, Ed, is also that the employee does not pay the corporate taxes.
That's right.
Tax the wages of the American people, because wage for labor is an exchange, no income's generated. So
that's right. That's why when we pay for it out of our own paycheck, with the employer, it belongs to us.
It's true.
That's right.
Well, David, remember I told you now in the documentation that I shared with you and with you, Ed, the documentation that I had put together when I was addressing my criminal complaint, see, that's what I was talking about was the conversion. Remember, they're addressing us as a corporation. See, I used their stuff against them.
Fraud by
so
trickery,
if they're
Michelle, the American people have never incorporated anything. The majority of them.
That's true. I agree.
Who's running maybe a small business or an LLC, something like that, may be incorporated. But the rest of them out here prove, what does it take? It takes 3 to form a corporation. Who are the 3 people who incorporated me?
Mm-hmm.
Where was my
the trustee.
where was my authority?
You're right. Well, you weren't informed, but they just took your
corporation the right to incorporate anyone.
That's right.
Corporations can sue and be sued. That's it.
That's true.
Anything that they do outside that is fraud and inducement.
Oh, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Now, when I was looking up that information, and when I challenged the court, and I petitioned the court, and I was accusing the court for addressing me in my all caps name, and I didn't consent lawfully to the taking. That's what I was addressing. So because they were addressing me under an all caps name as a corporation. Well, so what did I do? I addressed the conversion. Conversion is if you're going to address me as a corporation, well, as a corporation, I have rights. That means under a corporation, I can file bankruptcy. And I can, and I can ask, for a waiver pertaining to my money. I'm a corporation. I have that right. See, so I was challenging them on
corporation, and the IRS are addressing you, to collect all against you on any debt. Who do they have to serve?
They have to serve you.
No,
they have to serve the government.
Well, the government, that's correct. Oh, I see.
They don't
that is
serve
correct.
you because...
No, they don't serve you. That's right.
Go ahead, Dave. Finish what you were saying there.
Oh, the president and and CEO of your corporation and the trustees.
There you go. Bingo. Now,
So
that's why I mentioned the trustees.
Yes, how can any IRS case against an individual, a man or woman, okay, be lawful?
They can't. They can't.
They have never lawfully served anyone.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that. And again, remember,
well, they can't serve them legally either, because if they do that, they put their ass in the bind. But nobody comprehends how to file against that.
Well, that's what I was just.
32.
What was that, Dave?
Social Security number for identification.
Right. Right, tax fraud.
Well, yeah.
Well, now isn't that funny? Because that's what I was. Remember, David, I was just talking earlier about who has control of your property, the trustee.
Mm-hmm.
The trust, and who's
the IRS do not want to address the bankruptcy.
Oh, no, of course not.
Well,
no,
because they don't want to do that, because they know it's by the British government to we the people.
There you go, bingo.
And then that way, what? We technically are supposed to own the banks in this country under the birth certificate and insurance bond.
That's right, aren't they?
And I think I've even passed that around where the federal court even said that in 2014.
Aren't they putting our Social Security number on the note, the Federal Reserve note?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's there again. And just as I had stated, what are they doing? They're taking the money from the Social Security fund, which is supposed to be there.
It.
Oh, sure they are. And they're all.
But let's say it correctly, that they're not taking it; they're stealing it.
Well, they're stealing
and
it.
And they're misappropriating the funds for their own little parties and their own little structure.
That's exactly right, and that's why they're using our Social Security number, because there. See here, there's two ways to look at that, Ed. When we, the people, okay, because we were deceived, and because we all signed that I think it's a W-9 or a W-7 form.
W-4
no, I think.
Unemployed.
Right. When we signed when we had signed those forms, we lawfully consented.
Yes.
You legally, not lawfully.
No, lawfully we consented.
No, you're wrong. That was
well, wait, let me explain why I'm using the word lawfully. The reason why
because I know I've never signed it, so.
The reason why I'm saying.
Michelle, wait. They have never informed us of what that really meant.
That's true, and that would make it legal.
And that is, there's no place on that form says contract.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true. You're correct. So under trickery, I agree. But the argument will be, because we signed it, they're not committing a crime.
That's right, because most people don't have the intelligence to know that. I did. Okay, and then when I went to work, they always asked me about doing this. I always put on my tax structure exempt. And I've had bosses that tell me, well, if you don't put your Social Security number, I can't hire you. And I said, that's fine. The guy down the street already offered me 50 cents more or $1.75 more an hour, so works for me. You have a good day. Well, wait a minute. What?
Well, guess what, Ed? You brought up a good point. For those that are listening on the call, there are forms on the Social Security's website, and including the IRS's website, and it's a standard form that you fill out, and you can exempt yourself pertaining to your tax.
So long as you're lawful in this country, that's 5 or more generations. Legals do not have rights; they have privileges. Until their bloodline becomes 5 or more generations.
Well, that is true, but because
there
they
is no
also...
but in it. It's a 100%
Well, hang on,
fact. We already have it done, and it's in the IRS code itself.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disputing that. But if they are here working in the United States, and they've been working in the United States, and they were given the same form just as we were, I would think that they would have a right to go into and remove their names off of those forms.
Nope, they have no rights. Remember, they are 100 or 1 million or 1 billion% privileged. They have no rights in the story.
No, I know they have no rights
in the Bible and the Constitution, the Constitution of immigration, there is no compassion. And if we quit acting with this compassion bullshit, that's why our country is so screwed up, because of democracy and the women that have screwed it up going, you have to have compassion! You have to have compassion! That's why women stay out of wars.
I didn't mean that they had rights through our court system and our legal system. I'm talking about the person who was working here in the United States for many years, and they signed the form.
Right, they have to by law. They don't have rights, they have privileges only.
Well, that's true. You got a point there.
Right,
so
there's no rights they have.
True.
It's 100% privileges. We've even supported this through the Supreme Court. That was the one thing that Judge Scalia was murdered over, because he was supposed to put the deciding vote on charging, Obama with treason. That's why Obama had him murdered. Remember, Obama had him saw 3 hours before he was murdered. And because he was supposed to file the treason charges on Obama, he wouldn't let go of it. That's why he was murdered.
Right. I agree. Now, let me ask you something. Those that are in the United States that are not lawfully Americans, that have been working in America for several years.
Those are legal, yes.
And they signed the W-9 forms as to what we did.
They have to do that by law.
Okay. So I'm wondering, I'm not disputing that. So I'm wondering, when they were asked to sign those forms, like we were, did they have a different, in other words, was there a way that the Social Security would know?
The thing is that, go ahead, Dave.
No, I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Anyhow, Social Security is 100% for lawful bloodline Americans. It was proven in 1937 by the Superior Court. Social Security, if they're paying for it, that's fine, but they're not entitled to it. All right? That is part of their responsibility of paying into it. Once they become lawful, then they have 100, once their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, whatever, how many generations become lawful, then they have 100% rights to it. That means that their bloodline cannot be turned down at all.
All right, I'm not disputing that. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about what Social Security's doing, because Social Security then is violating the law. Because what is Social Security doing? Social Security is giving all these illegals here in the United States.
That's right, and that's the point that was addressed by Trump. This is the point that's been addressed by some other people, like me and Dave have brought up the point.
Okay.
This is the point that, if we're not educating each other on the truth, this is why they're getting away with it, because people assume that they have rights, not privileges.
Well, and you know something?
And they don't have rights. They have privileges.
I agree with you there. Well, then if that's the case, then, now I can see why we have a lot of people up in arms because of what Trump has done as putting that into play.
Right,
and that
because all these people are going, well, if Trump gets this passed, I'm going to be shipped out of the country, or I'm losing my Social Security.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, Jimmy Carter was the one who started Social Security on immigration with the Cubans in Florida itself. That's how Jimmy Carter won the election when he ran for president, by Florida's votes only, and he had illegals that were voting for him, and it was proven 4 years after the election.
Oh, wow, I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, yeah. He got all the Cubans to come in from Cuba, and the senators and congressmen in Florida were getting them all signed out for Social Security cards so that way they could be a registered voter.
Oh, now that part I was aware of, but I wasn't aware of the other thing.
They snuck it around and got through it, what they call under legal terminology for the attorneys to cover each other's ass so everybody got a big paycheck and screwed us, we the people.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I mean, that's how these attorneys get around this stuff. That's where people don't pay attention with attorneys, what they do. Because remember, who do they work for? The British Auxiliary Registry to the King and Queen of England.
Yep, that's true.
They sure don't work for any of us, we the people, because when you pay an attorney, we're going to charge you $50,000, and we won't get you off the charges, but we'll get you limited down with your tickets and stuff.
Right.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, well, you're going to have to give me that $20,000 up front before I do anything.
If you don't give it to me, I can't do nothing. But I'm not going to guarantee you anything in writing if you win your case or if you lose your case. I'm not going to put it in writing because if I put it in writing, I have a liability issue now.
Oh, the only thing that they're good at that they do put in writing is, well, you have to give me that $20,000 up front. But I'm just letting you know now. But I can't. In other words, I'm not going to give the $20,000 back to you if you lose your case. Da 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 da. In other words,
right, and that's the way I think. If you lose the case, and David's brought up one hell of a wonderful point, I believe. Because if you lose your case, how come the attorney ain't going to jail for you?
Got that right.
Well, that is a good...
How do you send an incompetent man to jail? Then once you hire an attorney, the court considers you incompetent.
That's exactly right.
If the attorney lost the case, why isn't he going to jail? Exactly.
Well, that is. Oh my God, that is a good. That I didn't think of it that way, David. That's a good point.
If the attorneys were going to jail, we wouldn't have near the problem here, would we?
Well, you're not a kidding. Oh boy, David.
You had these fucking heaters going, the one in here and the one in the computer room, and it was hotter than fucking here. The only reason I noticed it because I was thinking, damn, it's hot. And I went to turn the fan on, and noticed the heater was going.
Wow.
Must be on blood thinners.
Oh.
Well, I'm telling you.
That make you go,
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. What David and Ed, and what we've discovered, the trustees have control of your property. The trustees are control of the insurance companies and the policies.
And go to your county listening of the county commissioners, and you'll find out the county trustees that are claiming your assets.
That's exactly right. So it comes down to the trustee. So just before you joined us, I was talking about those that don't have a mortgage, and it's just like doing a will. Believe it or not, I couldn't believe it. That's how easy it is. If you can go to the living will and look up the living will, how to address a living will, it's the same procedure. And what you do is you claim yourself as the trustee of your property. And there's nothing that they can do to you because you are the trustee. That's why the banks who claim that they're the trustee of your property as to the promissory note, that's why the trustees can't sue you. Because they're claiming holder of your property and your promissory note. That's why the banks do a transfer. They transfer the note to a new servicer, and then that servicer sues you. They can't do that either. That's illegal because that would be a debt collector. And a debt collector can't sue you either. Another thing,
the Supreme Court even stated that one.
Right, and...
Well, let me explain to the people how many trustee forms are out here.
Oh, go ahead. That would be awesome. It's amazing what David and I had discovered under this trustee thing.
We have the living trust form. We have the grantor trust form, personalized living trust form, revocable living trust form, guide to estate planning form, living trust templates, irrevocable trust forms. You can download, by the way, you can download and print these right off your computer.
Yep.
All kind of trustee forms.
It's awesome.
I mean, there are just gobs of these. Trustee certification form. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Declaration of eligibility, charitable trust, California trust forms, trustee forms, enumeration for widows.
Yep.
I mean, you got to just Google trustee form.
I was blown away. I was blown away because I said to David when we had a phone conference going, I said, you know what? I said, I think I found the answer to the bond as to the documentation pertaining to the bond. And of course, it was the insurance companies. And then I said, well, wait a minute. You know what? That's true because it is the insurance companies. And then
the insurance companies who own the banks.
That's correct. And then I thought, well, now who owns the insurance? In other words, who falls under the insurance companies? The trustees.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the answer to the bond.
And they sure don't want you to know that because, oh, what? You can claim your own assets.
That's exactly right.
Example. When you got, like, I just clicked on irrevocable trust form, okay? This form gives you the power of attorney form, your last will and testament form, your living trust form, the pet protection agreement forms, will forms, health care and power of attorney forms, estate planning forms, legal guardianship forms, living will forms, trust forms, and legal forms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what we need to do? We need, and those that are on the call, what we all should do is look all that up, and then on next week's call, let's talk about it.
Good point, Michelle. And not only that, for those who haven't filed their structure, we can start working with each other so we file it so that way those who don't have mortgages, who actually own their land, they can do that.
Yep. And it's just like filling out a will. If you've ever done a will, a living will, and it's no joke because I already checked it out. And that's exactly, and guess what else I found out? When you go to those websites like David's telling you, they even have documentation there explaining to you how to fill them out.
Mm-hmm.
No joke, it's all there. Now, here's some other good news because of what we're touching on. Now, remember, we have to play the game too. And who are we going to play that game with? We
have to control the game. We don't play it. We control it. We're supposed to be the referees
by
to
playing
control the game.
By playing the game, we're controlling the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, now what you do is you go to the IRS's website, and you start looking up their forms. And you can fill out the revocable forms, too, like David was pointing out. You can also fill out identity theft claims.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you can think about that. How many of us are victims to identity theft?
And you don't even know it.
And then what you do is you learn the verbiage pertaining to your rights. You learn that verbiage, and then you apply it to the form to the IRS. There's no way the IRS is going to come back and say you're full of shit because you just went back and looked at the laws, and you're reviewing the instrument. Oh, well, I'm a victim here to identity theft. I didn't countersign by the specimen's name pertaining to the instrument. And by the way, I wasn't given a true copy of the the promissory note either that all the banks destroyed.
Well, we wrote them. It's like in the state of Oregon, when you get your driver's license, they want you to turn in your birth certificate to them. The only way you get a driver's license in Oregon if you give them your birth certificate. So in other words, you have to go get a new birth certificate. So they rewrite it under a new number. Oh, isn't that interesting? And next thing you know, that they're claiming everything that you got off of your birth certificate that you were supposed to have.
Well, now guess what I would do under that scenario? Man, I'd be getting the IRS form out real quick and then informing the IRS that I'm a victim to identity theft, and I just...
That's what I'm going to be doing, because I've got to go check the mail. I haven't checked the mail because I did send for the paperwork so I could recall the governor. Now, I do know that they changed the governor's structure, recall structure on that, oh, God, when the hell did I recall the school board? 10 years ago. So they rechanged all the structure on it because now that you're supposed to have a committee and you're supposed to have a bank statement, have a bank this, and you're supposed to have a bank that, you know, and it's like, yeah, this is what scares me, you know. They're saying that you have to apply for all this stuff, and for me to start a recall, I have to have a committee of 5 people that agree 100% for a recall, and if they don't agree, you can't do a recall.
Well, you know what, Ed?
And it's all bullshit. I mean, I know this. I've already nailed them on it.
Right. Now, they are a corporation, are they not, Ed?
That's right.
Guess what? Now you can get them for as a corporation, you can get them for not only identity theft, but you can get them for tax fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever makes out their claims, so you always start out your sentence by saying it appears, because that way, when you say it appears or the other way,
I like to say plausible, because plausible means it's more realistic than appears. If that makes sense.
As long as you use the verbiage where they can't come back and sue you.
Correct.
And that's why I always say it appears, or like you're saying, Ed, you know, if you know how to use that verbiage in your sentence, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't dispute that either.
Yeah, what I'm putting right now up on our 3 sites, the New Oregon Trackers, the Civil War 1866, and the United States of America Republic, is I'm putting up the structure with BLM, and this is where it gets to me. BLM, even their own attorneys admit that they can't not own land. People don't get this. BLM is an agency that works for we the people. They don't have authority. And I've already beaten them for other people and stuff, and you try to explain to people, and they go, well, they want to argue with you, and it's like, when they want to argue with you, I don't have time to waste with them.
Well, and you know. That's why I'm saying if we go at in other words, if we go at it right and we use their documentation, okay, in other words, that part of that system, and we turn it around, and if a lot of us start filling out these forms and letting them know, hey, I'm a victim here, you know. I didn't sign or get any money, you know, in reference to the endorsement. I didn't sign no instrument pertaining to the specimen's name as receiving any money in my bank account. See, when you start using that kind of verbiage and you fill out the IRS form, you think that I mean, in other words, they're going to be going.
When more than one people start doing it and they start receiving, like, say 1,000 within a week period of time, this is when they're going to start really freaking out.
Correct.
And this is where people have to comprehend this reality, why I keep preaching to people, why we have to stand together, you know, and everybody wants to come up with their opinions. And like I said, opinions are diapers, man. I don't want to hear about your dirty laundry. Take your opinions somewhere else, because we have to deal with facts.
Well, that's the reason why I sent our constitutional criminal complaint to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I said, here's the targets for you to hit with those, you know, drones. Here's the addresses. I never heard
Well, and
anything.
you know what, David? Another thing too, just like with these trustees and the trust as to the Constitution. That's why I remember I was saying we claim that we were appointed. Mm-hmm. Well, isn't it funny when I was looking up the on the forms and I was reading about where and what they have as far as control goes and how that all plays out as to being a trustee. Well, isn't it amazing? Their own verbiage now. It's in their own verbiage. They were appointed. Mm-hmm. So I was correct when I said you claim you were appointed. You're not there as a plaintiff. You're not there as a defendant. You're there. You're in court as you being appointed. And here's another for those that are listening who lost their homes pertaining to foreclosure. I hope you're listening to this because the attorneys and these lawyers, these law firms, they were all part of the scam. And they did not want you to know what I'm revealing to you, and if you can grasp what I'm saying and comprehend what I'm saying, first of all, the lawsuits are all fraudulent. Why? Because the banks destroyed the original notes. There is no original.
They have to do that because if they don't do that, they cannot pay themselves. Oh, when you do a banknote, doesn't it come with insurance?
Bingo.
And people don't read the fine print because you have insurance on it. So if they kill the banknote in 3 years, they collect the insurance. You don't.
Well, and that's fraud. Now, that's what makes the lawsuit fraudulent. Because when you file a lawsuit upon somebody for damages rendered, you have to have a copy of a original. Nobody, and I mean nobody, I don't care what kind of a lawsuit it is, if you don't have a copy of the original paperwork, and you go into court, the other party is going to say, where's the original? And if you don't have a copy of the original documentation to prove
if you don't have basically the original in hand distance, even outside in your car, you can bring a copy in. But you have to produce the original for it to be real, because a copy is a copy. It doesn't exist.
That's correct. So because of the banks destroying all the originals, which they have done, because the banks destroyed all the original notes as to the promissory note, they have no legal standing in court because they can't bring a real copy into the courtroom, because the copy that they have is a copy. And when you make a copy off of an original piece of paper, that copy can be altered, can be changed. That's why you have to bring in a copy of the original along with the copy of the original into court.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
How do you have a copy?
Can't hear you. Talk to the phone, not the valley.
I said, how can you have a copy of something if there wasn't an original?
You can't.
That's true.
And that's why that's exactly right, David. That's why all the foreclosures, no joke, all these foreclosures that went forth are all fraudulent. And I hope the listeners are on the phone are getting this.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it. Trust me.
So what you want to do is you want to go to the IRS's website, and I'll give you the information on the IRS's form. You're going to Google 14039. That's the IRS's form 14039. That falls under identity theft. It's an identity theft affidavit. Now, it's an affidavit, guys. Are you hearing that? It's not just a regular form. It's an affidavit.
Because you have to put an affidavit to make it lawful, and if you lie, that's how they can get you for tax fraud.
That's exactly
Remember,
right.
they did it to Al Capone.
That's exactly right. So what you put on the form is, it appears I'm a victim to identity theft under paper mill notes, and I did not countersign any endorsements to the instrument by the specimen's name as receiving any money as a check in my bank account. And nor did I receive a true copy of the original note regarding the false claim, either, in other words, from the bank.
Hey, Michelle.
Yep.
Write that up on an instrument, and
I will.
We will post it.
Okay. I actually sent it to you.
Exactly to cut, copy, and paste it right to their instrument.
I will. I actually sent it to you by email, but I can do that, David, for you guys. Now, that's what I put. Oh, and if you know, and here's the good thing. See, if you know the bank, you list the bank. Put the bank name. Or, even better yet, this is even better. Rather than listing the bank, you put the mortgage down, the name of the mortgage.
Well, here's the problem, Michelle, that we're facing in America. All these small mom-and-pop banks are being bought out by the bigger ones.
That's right.
So who has what mortgage?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter because.
If I may.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question about banks. What's the difference between a credit union and a bank? And I yield.
Well, the credit union is a sub branch. In other words, it's a business. It would be like a lender, a servicer as a lender, which is associated with different banks.
Well, actually, it could even be a credit union. Could be like a university or college.
That's true.
Because they're basing that on administration fees off of grants.
They can actually,
that's a good point, Ed.
So
and
police credit union, they can be any factories credit union.
Correct.
They can be any corporation's credit union.
Yep.
They're
that's
private.
right.
They're private businesses, is what they are. And
that's
right.
Correct.
The credit union association rules.
And guess what that falls under? Trustees.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that's what that falls under. Remember, the banks are claiming who are the banks claiming as to who's holding your property? Now I'm talking about people that have a mortgage. Who's claiming ownership of your property is a trustee. It's a trustee.
Who's the trustee work for? Oh,
the bank.
The insurance company.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. Remember, guys, when we had before you signed your name on the promissory note, because remember, you didn't get a copy of the instrument. You only got a copy of the promissory note. Remember, when you signed the promissory note, what did the banks want you to do? Have insurance. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You had to have insurance before you could take out that loan.
And that's insurance that the bank provides.
That's right. Now, isn't it funny? If you take out a personal loan, meaning, like if you want to do something on the house, or guess what? They don't ask you that question.
It's in the fine print right above your signature. It's in very fine print.
Mm-hmm.
And it is there. It's in very fine print because they're covering that. So when you pay off that loan, they'll go ahead and collect that insurance bond that's on the note.
Oh, yes.
It is there.
Regarding the promissory
note. I'm talking
if
you buy a car, it's there. Even a used car dealership, it's there.
Oh, really? It is on their paperwork, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I would advise, well, if they're doing that, Ed, then when you take out a loan, you read every little fine print on your piece of paper before you sign it.
Right, and then what gets to me is like all these protesters are blocking the streets and all this. And everybody's going, oh, they should go to jail. What the hell? It's like, people, get off your God-blasted ass, back up the protesters, know what the hell they're telling you. We're getting screwed, okay? Until you start standing up, they're going to block the streets. And I hate to tell you, somewhat I agree with some of it, because, see, you're telling them, I go to work and I get to screw you because I'm getting a paycheck, and if you don't do what I tell you, we're going to put you in jail, and you're telling them that they don't have rights in our country? When they're Americans, sorry, that's why Americans are standing up, blocking the streets and doing this.
Well, I agree with them there on
because
that.
Because people are not listening.
Right. Well, under that scenario, I agree with you. I don't blame them.
When I was
in immigration crap, they should arrest them and throw them in jail and ship them back to their country.
When I was in D.C. for the inauguration, I talked to military and I talked to the local police, and I said, you know, this country was founded on protest. So if you don't see protest, you better worry.
Oh, my gosh.
Right, because we protested the British government invading us. We protested the military of the Vatican Church, and that's not told in history.
That was awesome, David. That was actually, that was a good statement.
Mm-hmm. And they agreed with me.
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. That's a good point.
And they said, you know, you're right. I never thought of that. But you're right. These guys are our friends. I said, you betcha.
See, here's the good news, David and Ed, what we're doing, and those that are listening on the call. Please, I hope you do some of this stuff. Remember, when you use them to back up their own paperwork, what are you doing? You're creating a conflict here, see? Because they're not going to come back and say you're full of crap because you're using their legal forms and their status. And all you're doing is saying, well, hey, I'm claiming I am a victim to identity theft and da-da-da-da-da, so therefore, what are you going to do? You know, they're not going to come after you. They're going to be sitting back there saying, oh, my gosh, well, we have somebody that woke up to reality here. We better get this guy out of our hair, and let's give him what he wants, because after all, we don't want this to go live, and we sure in the hell don't want to make a public record of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're going to do is they're going to work with you. Yep. And if they don't work with you, well, now guess what? Now you take it the next step up. Oh, now you take this to court. Say, hey, I'm filing a small claims court or regular lawsuit, depending on how much money you're talking.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can file identity theft in court. You think that judge is going to mess around with the documentation pertaining to the IRS? No, absolutely not.
No, he doesn't want to bring heat down on his counsel.
That's exactly right. So that judge is going to be looking at the paperwork and saying, oh, she just gave me a Form 211 and a form, and by the way, there's other forms too, just like David was pointing out regarding the revoking, your status as to a trustee. Well, guess what? There are forms on the IRS's website under the same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think that the judge,
repeat yourself, Michelle.
Huh?
You're
Repeat what I just
yourself.
said.
You've already brought that up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
that's okay.
I'm hoping that our listeners are getting it, because the judge and the law firms and the IRS are not going to go into conflict with each other. Because
well,
they
know that.
Another thing people want to do, Michelle, is before you go to court, go on to Dun & Bradstreet, Wall Street, and Google your judge to find out if he is incorporated.
Oh, good point.
Find out, too, if he's got a registration in your county, an insurance bond.
Oh, speaking of the bonds. Okay, you brought up some good pointers. Yeah. Here's what you also do. You call the the sweet old bar association. Yeah, call the bar association, and you want the information on the attorney as to what insurance company he's under.
Mm-hmm.
The insurance company.
The judge too, because the judge is carrying a bar card.
That's exactly right. Now, guess what? The insurance company through the bar association is the bond. So when you get that information regarding that question, I'm calling to find out what insurance company attorney so-and-so is under, and what insurance company is the judge under, so-and-so, because you want to make sure there's not a conflict of interest. Now, here's another thing that people probably didn't think about. Let's say you hire an attorney or a lawyer, and, okay, now you know what insurance he has. Okay, now you go to court. Well, guess what? Now you find out that the same judge has the same insurance company. That's a conflict of interest right there and there. Right there is a null and void. That means you can request for a new hearing or a new trial because they have the same insurance company.
When you have the prosecutor who is a hearsay witness, you have the insurance companies that are bonding or insuring both parties.
That's right.
And they're traded on Dun & Bradstreet as corporations. You have conflict of interest all over that case.
That's right. So that case is null and void. Now, just so you know, because remember, some of us were questioning about, well, where's the bond come from? Well, what is a bond? What is it attached to? How does it play out? Well, we just gave you the answer. The insurance companies are the bond. And the numbers through the attorneys and these lawyers and the judges, that's part of the trust, which is their insurance policy. That is the bond. So that's why the judge
on the court, and you find the court is running a bond, commodities, and QSIP fraud scheme on you. They are selling the court case on Dun & Bradstreet.
That's right.
And
comes right down to the insurance company,
selling them short, and then buying them back.
Yep. That's why
conflict of interest.
Sure is, isn't it, David? That's why when you guys go to court, that's why the judge wants to ask you your name, because when you go into court, the judge wants to reverse the trust. See, the judge is the trustee, but as soon as you give your name, now you're the trustee, and the judge is the beneficiary. But when you go into court, you're the beneficiary. Until
when
you
I went before the court on the fine, I told the judge I'd pay it through the Section15 trust account, and he said, like hell you will. You'll pay it out of your pocket. He just refused payment. Refused payment. That was paid. The minute he did that was paid. He didn't know I knew about that.
Yeah, and the way he responded to you was kind of stupid. The way he went about it too.
Oh yeah.
See.
So when I was in jail, I said, just go up before the judge and tell him you want to pay it by the Section15 trust and see what he says. People were going nuts in that jail, I'll tell you.
Wow.
May I?
Yeah. Yes.
How did you end up in jail?
Oh, I filed a kidnapping charge against Children's Protection Service. They didn't like it and charged me with a 5th-degree felony. Without a grand jury indictment, I was arrested.
So they violated your due process rights?
Definitely.
And just threw your butt in jail?
My rights.
So they held you in contempt of court And you weren't even in the courtroom.
They didn't
other than to challenge the judge.
They did not hold me in contempt of court. The judge never convened the court to hear the matter in the first place. So I jumped down his throat.
Well, okay, when you jumped down his throat, David, the judge held you in contempt of court. Fraudulently. And I mean fraudulently.
They called the court to session, which means two courts are talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a court hearing or anything else until the judge convenes the court to hear the matter.
That's right.
That's true. So fraudulently.
No, I'll tell you what happened when I jumped down the judge's throat, and there was a whole bunch of guys in there when I did this. I mean, that got over the cell block like you would not believe how fast.
Wow.
Sheriff's deputies just took me by the arm and led me out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. No more of this stuff going on to the other prisoners to tip them off is what fraud scheme they were under.
Oh my God, that is amazing. That is amazing. Yeah, they were saying
when I got back to the cell block, the guys that were in my cell block with me,
mm-hmm.
they came up and they said, "You do not ever mop a floor again, or clean up tables or anything else. We'll take care of it for you. You're our hero."
Wow. That is awesome. Yeah, they were saying, "Oh my God, he just put that judge in his place."
Yeah, I just simply told the judge. They had to see. We were in one of these deals where they do the video thing. You're not actually in front of the judge. So I just finally walked up to the camera and I said, I stood right in front of the camera. He couldn't miss me. I said, "Since you haven't convened the court, blah 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 blah." And boy, those deputies looked at me like, "I got to get this guy out of here before he gets killed."
Wow. And it was a recording. Oh my gosh, and it was recorded.
After court and said, "Boy, do you have balls." I said,
"Sound like me, David. That's how I am. When I know I'm in the right direction, I'm not afraid. When I made a nasty statement right to the judge, and she says, "What did you?"
I wrote up 100 and some page court case on this kidnapping.
Wow.
Child.
I remember you telling me that.
And I boxed all this stuff up. One copy for each of the defendants in it. It cost me $12.50 to ship it to court. They docketed it, and then the clerk of the court, because of the way the cover sheet was written, never served it. And then they dismissed it.
Yeah, they were claiming on your bond. They were claiming on your. They were claiming you as a.
They signed the case number so they could rip me off on the Social Security stuff. You betcha.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, brother,
is included the evidence. Here's the copy from Children's Protection Services on what they filed to get paid.
Well, they're addressing themselves as a corporation. Geez, David, maybe you should notify the IRS on that one too.
I will.
Be a whistleblower. Get on that internet, man. I love it because you know what I like about these forms? It's all electronic. You fill out the forms and then you just print them out. I just love it. Oh, I made a mistake. I can go back into the, back on the form and correct my mistakes.
I saved the form computer. You can go
back.
Me
too.
Click on form or click on save as. You can put it into your documents, and anytime you want to adjust it, you just bring it up and make the adjustment and refile.
Yep, I did the same thing. And then after And then after I finished typing up or finished with the document, even though I saved it as is, I went back and I scanned it back into my computer, and I saved it in another setting in my files. That way, if something happens, it's in my files. Oh, remember when we had a discussion how to save our documents or documentation, in files on our computer.
Michelle, hang on a minute. We had a may I go ahead?
Oh.
Yeah. What's the name of that site that has all the forms on it?
The IRS. It's www.irs.org.
There was another site that before that you said.
Talking about the trustee forms?
The trustee.
Yeah, what is it?
It's the trustee. Just Google in your search bar trustee, the word trustee, forms. Trustee forms, and they'll take you right to the website.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is
if you're looking for government forms, just Google mygov.gov/forms.
Yeah, there you go. That's another one.
And if you want IRS forms, you just Google IRS forms.
Mm-hmm. And you can also go www.irs.gov.
Yeah.
Forms.
And then go down their search engine until you come to forms. Click on forms, and it'll take you right to them. And there's tons of them.
For those that are looking up the forms now, there's something I also discovered. I think it's called pub or PUB or PUP. I'm not sure. Pub dot something.
PUP, I think it is.
Right. Don't use that website, because here's what they do. They say it's free, but then after you fill out the form, they want you to pay $6. So don't fall for that trap.
Or more, because depending on the form.
Correct. On what program you want. It's the $6 one, and then it's I think 10 something, and then whatever. Don't use that one. Go back to the IRS.gov, and because you don't have to pay anything to fill out the form and print it out. So don't fall for that trap.
Download, it's free.
Yeah. So, yeah, I after I filled out the form, and it said it was for free, and then after I filled it out and I went to hit the print button, it wouldn't let me print it because I had to go back and register.
Get that same one the first time I was in there too, Michelle.
Did you? I was like, I ain't paying for this form when I know I can do it for free. So I went back and I'm
going, the heck with you. I went back and undid everything.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, isn't that amazing how we have other websites that
when you get to the website, you don't want to get the first 3 or 4 web pages there. You want to drop down about halfway and then start looking, because those are the free ones.
Yeah. So that's why I was bringing it to their attention, because it was like, what's this? It says it's for free, and then after you fill it all out, oh, I got to pay $6 for that one or more? No, thank you.
They go free download.
Yeah.
Free download. Then after you get it filled out, then they hit you with the cost.
Yep, that's right. I was like, what's this? I said, oh, talk about a sneak. And that's amazing. When I went to the IRS's.gov forms, and I went down the list, and I said, oh, here it is. And then I filled it out. Same form, filled it out and printed it out and had no problem. I was like,
well, I just want to point one thing out to people who think that being La Raza, you have rights. I hate to say it, La Raza is a Mexican structure. It has nothing to do with the United States of 48 states. You're still privileged in this country until you're 5 or more generations. So don't try to convince people that, oh, I'm an attorney and I give this, because there's no such thing as lawyers or attorneys technically, because they belong to the British Auxiliary Registry of the King or Queen of England for England, not in America. Law schools didn't come into existence here until 1860s and 1870s.
Well, and as Ed pointed out, remember, canon law was not in the United States. Canon law was out of the United States, and it was brought into the United States. Then it was transferred into English.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
canon law only pertains to the cult.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Not to you and I, non-cult members.
And
not 501c3 anythings.
And for those that really want to do their research, canon law is what established the Bible. Yep. They used canon law to establish
mind control.
That's Ed,
mind control. Oh my God, people don't know that, and they want to go, and then they spend all their money in church, and then they go pay taxes, and then they don't realize their taxes go to the church.
Yeah.
And then you have to realize, Ed, that all
it's
of
about
this
control.
Brainwashing.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use your religion to control you. It's all about control, buddy. Or people.
Yeah, I brought this up to one of the pastors here in the local area.
Yeah.
He threw me out of his office.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
Well, he probably didn't like it because you were telling him the truth, or he was too ignorant to comprehend what you were trying to say.
Trust me, ministers and pastors do know this. They bluntly will lie to your face because what do they call that? Romans 13. Thou shalt do what the government tells me to do, no matter if it tells me to commit suicide. And these fools believe this stuff, that God's going to save them.
This fringe flag on the way out, I said, that carries a 1-year prison term, carrying that flag in here.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of this church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Title 12. If you look up Title 12, you'll be amazed what you find under Title 12. Title 12, Section 95A. Start doing your research, guys. You'll be amazed how we're being deceived. It's amazing. And how many people have been murdered.
It's a good place to look if you want tax fraud information.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. And see, remember, we use these forms, and we use the conflict of interest, and that's why I'm saying we play. How did you say that? How did you want me to say that, Ed? Their game.
Yeah, their game. Because remember, you are playing their game.
You play their game, and you use their documentation.
They're not going to like it.
They're not. Well, that you darn tootin' are not going to like it. They're going to be sitting back there.
Oh, that's right. Like all these new sites, fuck Trump and all this stuff up on the internet. Mm-hmm. And what really pisses me off is that all these people are immigrants doing this shit. None of them have a right in our country. And this is the point that people buy into this crap. And this is what tells me this is how stupid. I mean, I grew up in California with the worst education system that turned out. When I went to school, they actually taught us the separation of Republican, Democrat, and the laws of this country. They actually taught it in school. Okay, but seeing that these Democrats came in and changed the funding, that's why the Department of Education should be eliminated by 100%. Until the Department of Education came in existence, remember, it didn't come in existence until 1968 after the House of the Democrats won the race. Prior to that, there was no structure of that fantasy in our era of time.
May I?
I want to make a public announcement.
Right, then after you, then let's get to the may I. Go ahead, Dave.
Tomorrow is the State of the Union address by Mr. Trump.
Oh, okay.
So y'all want to pay attention to that because I'm curious to see how things are going here in the State of the Union, considering we have so much unemployment.
And remember, unemployment was created by what? Immigrants. Remember, the Democrats passed the law that says if you're a child, you're not supposed to work, and if you do, we can put your parents in jail. And I keep thinking the morons and unintelligent stupidity, because when most of us grew up, we all had a job at the age of, well, I started at 5.5, 6 years old working. I had my own business at 14. Most of us started doing chores and stuff, 11 and 12, working for the neighbors and that type of stuff. So we already had this stuff, and now they're telling you, unless your family owns a business, you cannot do business work. I mean, it just shows me the lack of intelligence of the general public, because there's no brains with them. They're the most laziest people on the planet because they train their kids to be stupid.
And
may I go first?
Government aided you with, what was that guy's name, Spock, the psychiatrist, back in the early 50s, 60s, who was
right,
saying,
and Spock was a real scientist. Yes.
Can't do that, Can't hurt our children. It's a bad thing to spank them. Tell you what, my dad used to spank my butt all the time because I was a belligerent little bastard. Okay? I'll admit it.
I got
on his case about 90 times a day.
Right. Let's get the may I in here, Dave.
It never hurt me.
I said I can
never hurt
believe
me.
that you were a belligerent bastard.
My dad never ever hit me with his hand. He used a switch or a belt or a yardstick.
Yeah, that's usually what they did back then.
So anyhow, may I speak?
It took him about 5 years to get me straightened up, but by gosh, it worked. And he's told me every time, he said, the Bible says, spare the rod and spoil the child.
That's true.
That's what we're getting today. We're getting belligerent kids who talk back to their parents and everything else. And I don't know what was in me when I was a kid, but I had this spiteful thing. I don't know where it ever came from.
Intelligence.
Your dad didn't have a big enough rod. That's what the problem was.
No, my dad had a big enough rod.
Oh, no, intelligence.
But here's what Dad would do. He would spank your butt, then he'd send you to your room, and then you had to memorize a chapter of Scripture. And before you could come out of your room, you had to have that memorized.
Okay, Dave, what the may I speak?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Now, my understanding is the BAR stands for British Accredited Registry. What did you say it stands for?
To the King and Queen of England, yes.
What does it?
British Accreditation Registry to the King and Queen of England. That is a fact.
Yeah, okay.
So you are correct.
What does Title 12, Section 35A say?
In that documentation, you'll find out where you stand as...
Not what he said. Give me the number again. Title 12 what?
Title 12, Section 95A.
I asked him, Michelle, please, one at a time. Title 12 what?
Section 35A. Michelle mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Section 135A.
No. Section 35. Just 35.
Oh, 35A. Okay.
Yeah.
Title 12, it's, yeah. Did I say 35? I think I did. All right. What it's in that, it's documentation that pertains to the banks, as to the banking business. But in the information regarding the banks, they have the hidden laws there and information there where we, the people, stand under law regarding the Constitution. And it also has information there that was established, now I'm talking documentations, that was established through Congress pertaining to the President, that the President also signed into law as to where we stand. Unfortunately, that's hidden. So under Title 12, section, I think it's 95A, not 35, 95A. That's where when you Google it, when you Google that now in Google search bar, that's where you'll come up and you'll find all kinds of documentation pertaining to the banks and other issues in that under that law. And when
I apologize, that I got it written right down here, 95A.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right.
Looking at it from an angle that I was looking at it, I didn't make my 9 very clear. This is Santa Claus in Cincinnati, by the way.
Oh, hi, Santa Claus.
Hey.
Well, so when you Google that in your Google search bar, because it's going to throw you off, because you're like, well, what does this have to do with me? Because it talks about banks and banking regulations. But unfortunately, that the reason why that information is in that literature is because all banks have to know that, because we're not just dealing with federal banks, we're dealing with foreign banks and international law. So that's why all that hidden information is in there. And that's why our foreign countries laugh at us, because they know more about where we stand as we the people than we do. Remember that statement? President Obama made a statement a long time ago, and he was laughing. In other words, it was some kind of a slur statement, and he was.
I'll quote it for you.
Do you have it, David? The one I'm trying to think of?
He plainly said the American people are too stupid to run their government.
That's right.
Okay, that's it. You're right. And he was laughing. Well, guess what? Unfortunately, what he said, as far as that statement goes, he was correct.
The average person is, but you take the few of us who are onto the fraud schemes and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't want to screw with us, do you?
Now, here's a thought, guys, and those that are on the call. And please, I'm really serious. I'm dead serious. If you can comprehend, all of us on the call, if we all start filing complaints through the IRS regarding these corporations, because what are they doing? They're committing Social Security fraud. They're committing other types of fraud, because a lot of these agencies or corporations aren't even licensed.
That's right.
And they're practicing. They're running their businesses, and a lot of them don't even have a proper license. I bet you a lot of. Even in the medical field. Yeah, go ahead.
I have an issue with the IRS, actually. I received a notice of levy on my job, and actually I'm being garnished more than 50% of my paycheck. I sent the IRS. I'm sorry?
They can only garnish at the most about 20%. Anything above that is extortion.
Yeah, well, I sent an affidavit to them. They couldn't respond to anything that I had in the affidavit, which I knew. So I defaulted them, and I sent them a default letter letting them know that they defaulted. And so I'm interested at this point in filing a criminal complaint against the revenue officers that are coming against me. I let my job...
And the board members.
I did inform my job that a notice of levy is not a levy.
That's right.
And they told me that they were going to honor what the IRS said.
Tax fraud in America.
Identity theft.
So what you want to do is file a identity theft claim, because what they're doing is they're taking more money from you than what they're supposed to be doing, like David pointed out, as extortion. You also want to file in other words, go look up these forms, and you can even go to the.
295, is that the other one?
211 is the application for award for original information. That has to do with you being a whistleblower.
Right.
The other form, the number, I'll give it to you. It's 14039.
Okay.
That has to do with identity theft. That's an identity theft affidavit. Also,
your notice came in the all caps letters, right?
It did, and I did let the IRS know that they were committing identity theft.
But letting them know and filing the form are two different things.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you want to file the form. Now, when you file the form, remember, you're talking about an instrument, okay? Any documentation is an instrument.
Right.
So you address it as an instrument. Now, depending on the status as to the money goes and stuff like that, and so you would state that you didn't countersign by the specimen's name, as the signature, and that you didn't receive those funds. You follow me? What I'm saying?
Yes.
So you want to use that verbiage, in your statement as to your claim, where you're clarifying on that percentage, where they're taking more than what they should be, and da-da-da-da-da. And if they're using your own...
Have you had due process in this? Have they taken you to court?
I did. Just a little bit more detail. Actually, I've talked to you some time ago regarding my husband being incarcerated.
You're breaking up. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. I said, let me take you off my speakerphone. Maybe I talked with you some time ago. I'm the young lady that mentioned about my husband being incarcerated with the tax issue. So the court actually... Yes, so he will be home soon. We're still dealing with some issues, and I'm actually getting ready to file many documents into court.
Yeah, you want to sue the judge in the court.
We will be going after the judge.
Your husband.
Yeah, we will be going after the judge.
On the court, and I want you to Google this court case. U.S. versus Lloyd, Lloyde, R. Long, Long.
I actually have that information in that particular case when dealing with the criminal complaints against the judge.
If there is no 16th Amendment,
yes,
there is no tax. There are no taxes.
Yes. Yeah.
So this
I even asked the judge a question. He got angry with me, and I asked him directly.
Too bad.
Yeah, let him get pissed.
Yeah, I said,
don't back down from him.
I'm not really intimidated by the judge. I mean, they're God is created. We are all created equal, and so he's a man.
The judge is not the court. The judge is not the court.
Yes. So I asked him. I said,
the fiduciary trustee of the case is not the court.
Right.
Now remember too.
About trustee stuff again, Michelle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's just what I was going to say to her. Remember about the trustee. What I would you want to go Google under trustee and look up what is a trustee. Look that up, and when you go to the trustee's website, you'll see it there. And in other words, there's different questions and as to what a trustee falls under. Because that a trustee is also like a power of attorney.
Yes.
So the questions you need to be asking is who's the trustee and who's acting as power of attorney?
Okay.
Without your consent.
Right.
When I called the court on behalf of your husband, they didn't like it, and they just said, "Well, you're not a part of this case. We're not going to consider anything you said."
Well, I had asked the judge. I said, I said, let me ask you a question. Are taxes voluntary?
Oh, that's right.
He said, well, I pay taxes. I said, well, you have to pay taxes because you're a federal employee.
That's right.
He said, well, the attorneys pay taxes. I said, well, they're federal employees. I said, I'm one of the people of the Republic of Illinois. And he got angry.
Yeah. Ooh, you put him in his place. That's why he got angry, sweetie. Because you were right on.
And there's another thing you need to point out to these guys. This notice of levy and liens under 6331B, isn't it?
I always draw to them that, one thing that they always do is when they're using that code is that they always, no paragraph starts with B first. What happens?
Exactly
A?
Right. That's
well,
why
A
they
tells you who that.
counterfeited
Yeah.
document. You go to the U.S. Secret Service and you get them for counterfeiting.
Yeah, I mentioned that as well in the affidavit that I submitted to them, that they were counterfeiting as well. That's why I wanted to.
You find the form to the U.S. Marshals to file the criminal complaint against the IRS for mail fraud.
Okay.
And you file that with the Postmaster General, too.
That's exactly
okay, because
right.
that was my next step, to file a criminal complaint.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, when you
got your affidavit,
one at a time, please.
Now you file the affidavit with your criminal complaint and nail their butt.
And the default notice that they defaulted.
Yes, most definitely.
Now, when you get ready to file your criminal complaint, before you file your criminal complaint, whatever the heck you do, make sure you get the 211 form from the IRS's website, and the other form, which is what I had just mentioned, as you being a victim to identity theft.
Okay.
Okay. Make sure you fill out those forms first.
Okay. Okay.
Because when you do remember, we're going to play them against each other.
Right.
Right. So so when you fill out your criminal complaint, you're going to have that information. In other words, you're going to bring it up in your criminal complaint that you have filed an identity theft claim and a rewards claim through the IRS.
Okay.
When you start challenging the court with the IRS, the judges and these lawyers that are acting like Almighty God will back down.
Yeah.
And when you file your criminal complaint, you make sure your evidence is labeled as evidence.
Yeah, Exhibit A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You have to put it in exhibits.
And you have to have a little sticker that you put on there as exhibit under the federal rules.
I understand.
Now, when you go to court and you give your documentation to the clerk of the court, what I did is I made 2 originals.
Okay.
And I said to the clerk of the court, I have 2 originals here that I want you to stamp. One is for you to give to the judge. One is for me.
Okay.
Because I want to have an original, not a copy.
And you want to make one for the clerk of the court.
That's right. So you're going to
make
want
3 originals, and you want to do one front and back. So when you turn it in the judge, when he flips the page, he cannot say he didn't see the complaint.
Correct. And now, when you give your documentation, your instruments to the clerk of the court, you tell her that it's to be introduced under evidence. Because here's what I didn't know until later on. When you just give your paperwork to the clerk of the court and you have them enter them into the court, all they're doing is entering the documentation into the court of records. They're not
not putting it as evidence.
Correct. That's correct.
So make sure that I've asked them to put it in there as evidence.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So I make 3 copies, and the 2, the one that goes to the judge, like Ed was pointing out, would be printed on both sides. The other one for the clerk of the court doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be on both sides, but the judges you want on both sides. Because the one for the
your husband can now refile all his tax returns under 1040X.
Oh yes.
Okay.
If you have
money back.
If you get boy, isn't that amazing, David? If you have that information, and you have that. And by the way, if David, if you gave her that information, I hope you told her not to alter it. regarding the taxes.
Oh.
Regarding the taxes, because I thought it was a misprint, and I thought some of the ink wore off the page, so I was going to fix the page and I was going to retype the whole page. Oh, then Ed came along and said, no, don't change that page. Don't do anything to that documentation. That's an original. I go, oh.
It was original, and it was also an affidavit, if I remember right.
Yes.
Yes. So I was just going to fix. In other words, I wasn't going to change the verbiage, but I was going to correct the ink.
What you thought was a mistake.
Yeah. And when Ed said, no, don't, and I go, oh, yeah. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing it to your attention, because I thought because it had been photocopied so many times, it was some of the letters, you can't see the letters, and so I was going to reprint it. In other words, I was going to type it up so I could see all the letters. And Ed said, no, don't do that, because you'll be changing the document. And I go, you know what? Good point. Good point. Yeah, right.
One thing that you also have to remember when you're filing this court case against these people,
chief of the tribe or chief of police,
you need to comprehend that there is a Supreme Court ruling that states Congress by legislation cannot define income, since it cannot alter the Constitution from which it derives its power to legislate.
Right. I understand these people are just being criminals.
If Congress cannot define income, how can there be an income tax?
Okay, that's a good point. And what I would do is look up Title 12, Section 95A, because there's some good information in there that will also back up you challenging the court as under your all caps name.
Yeah, we're actually dealing with all of that in our court document.
Good.
Okay, good. Awesome.
Yeah, we're dealing with all of that.
What I like about
Tax Fraud America?
I've actually in the criminal complaint that drafted used a lot of your information.
Good.
Great. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I am too. too.
I'm sorry that I wasn't better help to you.
I
really did try.
Well, my husband, I told him all about you also. He'll be home shortly, but we're just trying to make sure that we have all the documentation. He was actually very busy. Actually, they sent him to, I should say, Pekin University, because the documents that are about to go into the court, you would be very proud of him. And it's dealing with, our status and who we are. He's making the separation between that fiction, that inmate's name that they're trying to make us be.
One very, very important question. You want the IRS to address the bankruptcy.
Yeah, I mean, who is the IRS? That's just an entity. I
want
to deal with
or division of the IMF, International Monetary Fund.
That's drawn out in our
They're
document.
a foreign agent.
That's all drawn out in our documents.
And that's that diversified metal products versus, I forgot who the other one was.
I believe that stat is used too.
And remember too, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Jerlene.
Remember too, anything that they bring into that court, if they did not supply an original, just so you know, it's all null and void because they have to have an original. And if they can't bring any documentation into that court pertaining to you and your husband as having an original copy, that's going to be your argumental point, because they have no standing under law, because it's even in the law, and it says it in the law, that you have to have a copy of the original. That's under the... now, do you have the program, the Civil Federal Rules booklet?
I have that information, yeah.
Okay. Well, you want to use it because it's very important because of the rule, the rules there that apply to what you're addressing, like Rule 3, Rule for, and don't forget to use if it applies to your case, attorney misconduct or judicial misconduct.
All of that is drawn out, and we're also using the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure in there as well.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that, because and now when I was addressing my paperwork for court, what I would do is I would cite a law, okay, and then I would go back and look at the Constitution, and then I would see if there was a conflict there, and then I would say, oh, they're violating this Constitution, Amendment 5 or Amendment 7.
So all of that's drawn out in our memorandum of law as well, all of the amendments that they have been violating via the Constitution.
Are you going to file this directly into the Supreme Court?
No, he wanted me to file this. I'm actually getting ready because I'm getting all of the exhibits and everything ready.
Because the reason I ask you that question is, if you can prove they violated your constitutional rights...
We can definitely prove that they violated our constitutional rights, no question. That's all in our documentation.
That case can go directly to the Supreme Court.
My husband just wanted to have it on record in the federal court. He wanted that to be on record.
I might be wrong. Correct me, David, but I believe you have to go into federal court first.
You do.
Before you take it into Supreme Court.
You do.
Yeah, I think that's what I thought. So you have to you file your case in federal court, which by the way, I'm glad to hear it's in federal court. That's good. Yeah. And then from federal court, that's when you file your notice of removal, and that's when you transfer it into the higher court. And of course, now remember, if you feel threatened and you don't feel you're getting a proper hearing, you can claim that the judge is being biased against you.
Well, he's already improper, because he's made statements, which I'm going to get a couple of my friends who are in court with me. He made a comment towards me personally, because the law firm that I used to work for years ago, that was the first law firm that I got laid off on. And what happened was we were coming after the law firm for laying me off because they, it was about the IRS. And, I even proved to the attorneys that, the same situation, the 668W, that's just a notice of levy. They printed out, which there was a CEO that printed out documentation and gave them. And I told them that A was missing because, that applied to federal employees only.
Good for you.
So
you did
they
your homework.
disregarded all of that. I stood up to the managing partner of the firm, the CEO of the firm, my director, and I told them I'm going to stand on truth even upon losing my job. But I will revisit the situation. They're going to have to pay me for taking my 401k and all of that. It's just that I had to put out other fires, but I will revisit them. They're going to give me everything they've taken from me.
So what grounds did they take your 401k?
Yeah.
Because the IRS came at them. And so the IRS...
at them!
The IRS actually went directly...
not without due process, they don't.
The IRS went directly to my 401k administrator. And so the firm just said that, they didn't want the IRS investigating their records and all of that, but they were all playing their little game. And
they don't want the IRS investigating them.
That's exactly right.
We're going to still deal with them because there's no statute of limitation on fraud.
Well, you got them. Just so you know, you have them nervous, and that's why the judge is acting like a jerk with you.
Well, that's what happened because when we went to court, one of the things, now this was regarding the IRS issue, so the judge brought up to me, and you tried to sue Freeborn and Peters. That was a law firm that I was working for. Now, what does he have to do with that law firm?
Right.
And I know they're all in the same good old boys and girls club because, I'm sure they probably play on the golf course together and all of that, but it had nothing to do with the case. So him bringing that up, it was personal. But the last time I went to court and I said to him, I asked him about the taxes and he got angry with me. He said, well, that's why you're going to prison just like your husband.
Oh!
You need to have your life.
He sure did. You need to have your witnesses that were there in court.
I'm going to have them create affidavits for me.
Oh, absolutely. Now, just on that right there, you can actually file a notice of removal before you, in other words, I would file a notice of removal on that alone. In other words, when you address the federal court, and at the same time, file your notice of removal.
Yeah.
You follow me what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
So now here's what I also discovered. If you go to the District of Columbia's court website, you will have more luck finding forms and documents done up for the court for you through them. Any other court system, you will not find what I'm talking about regarding forms.
Okay.
And they actually have a due process complaint form already drafted up, and all you do is fill in the blanks.
Okay.
But you have to get that form, that instrument, from the District of Columbia's website, meaning the court's website. The District of Columbia's court's website.
Okay.
And I was amazed when I was looking over their documentation, what they had that was there for we the people, compared to any other court's district.
Okay.
So yeah, go there, and they definitely, and if your due process rights have been violated upon, they have. It's an awesome document, by the way. So I'm going to call it an instrument because it really is an instrument, and you just fill in the blanks.
Okay.
So so you definitely want to go there and look up those forms.
Okay.
You have to play around with it. They don't make this stuff easy, but trust me, it is there, and it's under forms. Okay. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you'll see where it says Pro Se Help.
Okay.
You click on the Pro Se Help link, and then you go to Forms.
Okay.
And that's where you'll find it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck is
I'm going after him too. When they started this crap with me without due process, I started billing and invoicing them. They owe me $9 billion now.
Yeah.
Oh, since you're on the call, look up trustees. Go to that website and look up trustees. What is a trustee? That'll also give you some good information. Okay. And what was the other thing, David and Ed, we were talking about as trustees that I want to tell her?
Well, it depends on the trustee you're looking at. But if once you click on the trustee, the particular type of trustee.
Hang on a minute. You had somebody else that was trying to bring up a point in the background. Go ahead, speaker.
CAUGHT? God damn it.
Is he asking a question? The other speaker?
I'm not sure. All I heard was, God damn it.
No, he said CAUGH or something.
Yeah, he was referencing something.
He was talking behind the scene and not to us. Okay.
Oh, now I remember what I want to say. Also, you want to call the Bar Association. You want to call the Bar Association and ask what insurance company these people are under, meaning the judge, the lawyers, the attorneys. You want to see if they have the same insurance policy.
Okay, I just did a FOIA request actually on the judges.
Right, but you have to call you have to call the Bar Association to get that information. And you want to definitely check out the judges and the attorneys involved to see if they have any shares, pertaining to bonds, because a lot of these.
It's from the Justice Department. He got his FOIA request from the Justice Department on the judges on his case. So
okay. Well, you want to check that out, because if there's I'll give you an example. Like, let's say you have one of the attorneys, the opposing side attorney, not your attorney, right? But their attorney. Mm-hmm. If their attorney has the same insurance as who they're representing, that's a conflict of interest. That attorney or lawyer cannot represent them. That's why I'm asking you to look up to see if they have the same insurance company, which is the bond.
Okay. Oh, another thing you want to do is you want to call the court and ask them for a copy of their commodities license.
Okay. And I also got a FOIA request on the IRS where it shows that they have no.
Speak a little closer to the phone. We can't hear you.
I said I also got a FOIA request on the IRS where they're not even licensed to do business in the state of Illinois.
Oh, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you for saying that, because that's why now you know why I wanted you to look up the trustees.
I have that evidence.
Oh, do you? Okay, now let me ask you something. Did you file a claim on that through the IRS?
I just got that information.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I know another friend has the same situation going on. So yes, what you want to? Okay, there you go. Bingo. You're the whistleblower.
Yeah.
So you want to?
No, I'm going to use that.
Absolutely. Now here's the good news, because you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! When you get ready to file your criminal complaint,
yep,
and you have the IRS information,
I have the evidence.
Yep. Guess what? That police department or the sheriff's department, well, it would actually be the sheriff's department, not the police department. The sheriff's department isn't going to give you much trouble because they don't want to mess with the IRS.
Yep. Yep, I plan on using that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. So I just got that about a week ago.
They're not registered in any state that I checked: Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Indiana.
Well, I got it through the Secretary of State that showed that I have it in writing that they're not licensed to do
There's
business.
a may I. Let's let him ask his question.
Who did she say wasn't licensed in Illinois to do business?
IRS.
Ah.
They're not registered in Ohio either, Santa Claus.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine. If they're not registered in one state, why would they have bothered to register in
any state?
Well, I just needed the evidence.
The IRS, are registered in the state of Delaware.
That's right.
I knew that they weren't registered. I just needed the evidence to show that they were not registered.
Now, guess what that falls under? Tax fraud.
Fraud, yes.
Oh, boy, you got them good. Tax
you got
fraud.
Them for tax fraud. You got them for mail fraud. You got them for extortion.
That's what I was going to say. That would be, I yield.
You have, whatever you do your research. Sounds like you're doing an awesome job. So just once you do the research on the forms pertaining to the trustee and the the bond information pertaining to the insurance company, because that's really what the bond is the insurance company, which again falls back on the trustees or the trustee. Oh, you because you've done your homework, they are going to be afraid of you.
Well,
when they get violent with you and nasty with you, that means you're in the right direction.
Right. Right.
Because what they're going to try to do is they're going to intimidate you, they're going to threaten you, they're going to make you think that you don't know what you're doing.
You'll be sent tons of letters, all this stuff, like they did me. And you just very simply answer them in form of affidavit the question.
Well, that's what happened. I asked everything in the form of affidavit, and believe me, the questions they were asking the affidavit, that's why they went silent on me, because they could not answer those questions. So I knew that I was going to get a default because they couldn't answer.
They failed to respond to that affidavit in 20 days since their corporation. The 21st day, that is accepted for value. That is truth in commerce, judgment in commerce.
I actually had that writing too. I let them know that.
Judgment against them.
I told them that an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in commerce. So it's past 20 days. They've defaulted. I sent them a default letter as well.
Oh, make sure you address
the declaratory judgment.
Make sure you address violations under Rule 60 now.
Right.
Okay.
So you say, I hope you know where I'm going with that. So yeah, make sure you look that information up. And
I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, it's Rule 60. So they're in the court, and the parties that are involved are in violations of Rule 60.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Yep. I'm trying to think. So you're going to be, as you're addressing your paperwork and getting ready to file your paperwork upon the federal court, work on your notice of removal, because you're going to submit you're going to submit your paperwork on the court, and then you're going to file that notice of removal as the judge being biased.
Okay. And I'm going to get those people to fill out an affidavit for me.
Absolutely.
To what he said to me.
Now, I can tell you when you go to the District of Columbia's website, meaning the court's website. Now, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to cut and paste that instrument or that information in your Microsoft Word program or whatever program you have on your computer.
Actually, Michelle, can't she just save the file?
She can. You can save the file, but the problem is before she prints it out and takes that form to court, unfortunately, the form, the heading on the main cover sheet is addressing the District of Columbia. So that's the part she's going to have to change.
Oh, okay.
As to that form. So what you do is just cut the part where it's talking about that district and that court. That's the part you're going to have to modify.
I'm texting.
Yeah, it'll be real easy. So you'll have to change that to your district, and of course, it'll be real easy because you'll know what I'm talking about. That's the only part you have to change.
Right.
And I can tell you right now, there are a lot of more forms. For some reason, there's more information regarding forms pertaining to we the people, and as to helping us address the court than any other court. So there's going to be in fact, there's even a complaint form as to what I'm talking about, your due process right, and I believe they use the word complaint. Okay. As to violations of your due process rights. I believe they use the word complaint on that document or the instrument.
Okay.
It's amazing what I found when I was looking at the forms. It took me a long time because I had to try to figure out the program. But once I started to play around with it, then I was impressed. Unfortunately, where I could kick myself in the butt is I didn't save them like David was saying. Save as. I didn't save them.
Yeah, save as, and then go to your documents. Save as your document, and then also put a password on it, so they can't come in and hack it.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I always print them out just in case. I always print them out. That way I don't have to worry because all you have to do is just rescan them back into your computer, and bingo, you're right back where you started from,
Yeah.
Anything that's really important, especially when I was out
in PDF, you can cut, copy, and paste them right, or you can save them to your document, and that way, if you ever need to bring them up, you just go to your documents, click on it, it comes up, put your password in there, and they open up, and you can adjust them however you want, do an addendum, whatever. Bam, close them back up.
My son was telling me too. Another way you can do that too is on your desktop. If you make a folder on your desktop and you save all your your documentation into the folder on your hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
He said that if they get into your computer and they crash your computer, you can go back to your hard drive. Even if your computer's destroyed, what you do is you take the hard drive out of your damaged computer, put it in a new computer, and then you can retrieve a lot of that documentation off the hard drive.
Well, I always actually save my documents to an external so that I don't, have
Oh,
any issues
there you
with my
go. Then you
computer.
don't have to worry. Okay, well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So the information I have provided you on Tax Fraud in America has been a big help, huh?
It has been a big help. As a matter of fact, my husband, I'm sure you'll be hearing from him because I've got to talk about you all a lot. So he's looking forward to talking with you all.
Oh, that's awesome.
He'll actually be home on the 14th of
thrilled to
this
talk
March.
to him. I really will be. And I really apologize because I've tried so many different ways to help him out, and it just seems like everything I try fails. So.
Oh, well, since he's been there, all the research and studying that he's done, if you see the documentation that he's drafted, you will be more than amazed.
Good.
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Bring it back and post it. Post it on our website. And that was what I was going to bring up, Ed. We need to start a web page strictly for affidavits.
Yes, we have some of that on our Facebooks right now, but yes, we're working on that.
Because
and don't forget, you were supposed to start setting stuff in you haven't done. Huh? I love it when I get silent from you.
Well, sure, Ed, because I've been trying to find in there the stuff that
I already gave you the stuff. Just start sending it so it can be posted.
Ed, are you referring to? Yeah.
It's just like the emails to Tate that never go anywhere.
Yeah, I gotta get a hold of them tomorrow too, when I get back from the hospital, if I get back early enough.
Are you going to the hospital for more tests?
Oh yeah, like I said, I've been having heart attacks, so that's what they just proved. So we're trying to figure what, why, and how. So I'll be going. I got another 4 days of testing, and then they're going to give me a couple-week break before I go back in, and then I got to go in for another 2 days of testing, and then we'll get a ballpark of what, why, and how.
Okay.
Ed,
all right. Well, back to the lady with the...
Yeah, back to the lady. I also recommend, Ed, that you try to get more sleep.
Oh, yeah, I'm a chronic pain patient where I've got my neck titanium, 2 broken necks, 19 blown discs, a crushed back.
I know, it's hard.
I've been kidney failure. And so, yeah, when you don't have pain medicine and the system wants you dead, because remember, they don't give pain medication out because of all of our parents, that claim, I'm a drug addict, I'm an alcoholic. And I keep getting tired of people because you're not responsible. Grow up, little children. If you're a drug addict and an alcoholic, that's your fault because you didn't want to be responsible. And quit blaming the booze when it's you. Quit blaming the drugs when it's you.
I hear you.
Oh, I'm hard on it, man. I grew up around family members with that bull and the whiny excuses. And I was drunk last night, and you need to forgive me. And I'm going, I need to give you a right cross. There is no excuse.
I hear you.
Oh, I went and got crazy on drugs, and you should forgive me. Don't forget, God says to forgive. And I said, if you want God, go back to England. Get the hell out of my country.
I know.
They don't like it when I say that stuff. Well, you're not being fair. Well, the whole point is I'm not supposed to be fair because this is America. This ain't England.
Right.
Well, that was the other reason I got thrown out of that church. I asked him, I said, isn't that the King James Version of the Bible? He says, yes. I said, isn't that a foreign religion?
Yeah, invaded this country.
I think it was based. Isn't that based on canon law?
Yes, it is.
I forgot. I wasn't supposed to know that.
Oh, he was
That's
serious.
in trouble.
For preachers so supposed to be so nice, and caring about their flock and everything, he just unloaded on me.
Well, it's like I was brought up the question today, do you believe in God? And I said, I believe in the Great Spirit and Mother Earth because I know without man, there is no life. Without woman, there's no life. So without the Great Spirit and Mother Earth, we don't have children, so there's no life. And that works with every planet, plants and trees and everything on this soil. And they're going, well, what about God? And I'm going, well, what about God? Who is God? When you think about it, I know about Mother Earth because without Father and Mother, we have no life, and that's the way the people on this soil or our elders thought about this going back 500-600 years ago. There was no such thing as common law. Remember, common law comes from England.
Speaking of that, Ed, in the verbiage that I was looking up as to these forms that we're talking about, now you have to do your research, those that are looking up these forms. Believe it or not, they spell that out, and I think you've seen it too, David, if you were looking at what I was looking at. They actually clarify that regarding in the one of the statements about the animal. In other words, they're addressing us as an animal.
136, Section D, that says man and woman are animals. We are not humanoids. We are no different than a deer and elk. Just because we have a brain, we think, we talk. But remember, we still mate like every other animal.
That's true. But what
remember, since man's an animal, we got kangaroo courts ran by jackasses.
Oh, we sure do, don't we? I wonder what that judge thought when I actually put that verbiage in my document.
Well, I put it in my court case. Hey,
I know you did.
Congress read it.
But what I meant though, Ed, is it's actually in the verbiage, and I believe it was in the tax on one of the tax forms, or it was in one of the forms on the as to the trustee. I actually saw the verbiage outlined on their form.
I mean, you didn't copy and paste it and keep it for reference?
I have to go back on the computer. And because that's when David and I were going over the forms and looking up stuff and da-da-da-da. I sent David a lot of information. The poor guy's probably saying, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
I got another 600 emails today.
I haven't even checked mine yet, so don't tell me that.
I don't think I sent you 600. Did I, David?
No, but I got them from Social Security. I got them from the White House. I got them from God, you name it, I got them.
Woo! Wow.
So I'm curious to see what Mr. Trump has to say on the State of the Union tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't hardly wait to see how he's going to drain the swamp.
Well, David, remember, Ed, you weren't on the call, but I was telling David, today I was going through some of my emails, and Judicial Watch filed a claim, and they're going after Obama and Hillary Clinton for treason.
Yes, I know that.
Because they came out, and evidently they were given more evidence to prove that they were aiding and abetting regarding these hate crimes.
Right.
Movement.
Well, they need to go after Hillary and the Chelsea Clinton Foundation for child trafficking.
Not only that, they need to go through the Chelsea Foundation and find out how much tax dollars that were filtered through her foundation.
Yes.
Well, boy, we're going to be one hell of a whistleblower. Let's see. We better get those 211 forms out and start filing whistleblower complaints. Hey, I got a complaint. Let's start filing those IRS complaint forms as whistleblowers.
I've got two. I got to finish up tomorrow and get out on the internet.
Oh.
You know, I was thinking about sharing. Well, I better wait.
I want people to see how this crap's going down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I agree.
And I want to see people using the same forms that we're putting out and doing it and filing themselves, because once they receive so many of this, they realize that, oh, shit, everybody's doing it.
Well, that was my point. That was my point earlier.
Huh?
I say somebody tipped somebody off on how to do this. America's waking up, you know. We better get the hell out of here.
Now, if you want, I can make copies of the forms, and we can put those on the internet.
Yes, we need to set. That's what I plan on doing, is try to get that stuff set up on New Oregon trackers.
Okay. We definitely can do that. Let's really get the ball.
Oh, by the way, Dave, did you finally get my email and my business cards?
I didn't see it. I'll look.
Yeah, I said that to you about, I don't know, a week ago or something.
Wow, I'm going to have to go back and find out how far back it is, because I don't remember seeing it. So you did get your business cards. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Because I added a couple things to mine. I think they should be all right.
Okay.
It would have been nice to have them at the hospital today. One guy, I started talking politics. I don't talk politics and all this. I said, oh, so you're a government employee. So in other words, that's right. You can't handle the truth, because you did that, you wouldn't be employed. Right. And you should have saw the look I got.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, you know me, I'm blunt when I talk. Some people don't like it.
Anything either.
You know.
I know I'm right, boy. Look out. K bar the door, because it's coming.
That's right.
Yeah, I hear you.
Good luck with your case, madam. I hope you just smear their little butts all over the place.
Me too.
Well, and the other point is make sure that you're getting it out to some of the local media there, because when you have to remind them, if you're going through this, their family is going through this.
Yeah, that's true.
So you got to make these things personal to somebody to care.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ed.
Well, until it became personal, she didn't care.
Right, that's true.
No offense, but I'm just, not to be rude, but I'm just saying is that it gets to that point, because we get in these things because people don't care, and then when shit hits the fan, all of a sudden they care, and it's like, wait a minute, what?
Actually, you know what? We have friends that we work with on different things.
Hang on a minute, Dave. Let her finish. Go ahead.
I said, no, it's not just personal with me. It's personal with my neighbors, whoever that might be, because we're in support of, we have a group of people here. We work with different things to help liberate, the minds of people, and whoever is willing to accept. You can only save somebody that's willing to be saved. So it's not just about me.
That's true. And if you know anybody that's facing foreclosure, or did face foreclosure, or doesn't have a mortgage, please help them with as to what I was addressing with the IRS under identity theft pertaining to the instrument, because the more of us that address that, and let's make the IRS aware that we now know that those were that was a fraudulent claim, because because the banks, first of all, did not have an original copy when they brought those people into court. Okay, so that's a form of identity theft. Plus, not only is it identity theft, but it's also tax fraud.
Yeah, I have a friend that's going through it, and she's been trying to gets the identity theft piece, I will share this information with her.
Yeah, so make sure you help her fill out the form.
And tell her to listen in so she can learn instead of that you have to hold her hand. This way both of you are on the same page and you guys will start clicking with each other on how you're reading each other's stuff.
Oh, no, I don't have to hold her hand. Believe me, she's more savvy than I am.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad. The more of us that come around and get together, the better it is. And the more of us that file, and the more of us that file
as a unit.
Exactly. The more of us that come together and unite as a unit, you bet. And the more of us that file the identity theft claim with the IRS and let the IRS know that we did not endorse the instrument, as to the countersign signature pertaining to money, the more of us that make those claims with the IRS, the better off we'll be.
Right. And I'm not intimidated by them. When you hurt my family, I'm not intimidated by you. They've done a lot of harm to my family.
Well, here's how I look at it too, especially those that were in foreclosure or lost their homes to foreclosure. When they file that affidavit with the IRS, you think the sheriff's department's going to say you're full of shit? Excuse my French, but the sheriff's department is going to look at you and say, "Oh, you filed an affidavit with the IRS?"
Yeah.
See, that the sheriff's department then is not going to be so quick to say, "Hey, there's the door. It's a civil matter," because that's what they do, right?
That's exactly what they do.
Oh, it's a civil matter. We can't help you. Hog-a-wash.
Right.
That's why when I filed the arrest warrant with the sheriff's office, I had it signed by 3 notaries, which equal a judge, and the sheriff.
Oh, good point.
Hancock County prosecutor basically told the sheriff and the clerk of the court, ignore it.
I didn't even know that, David. I didn't know that if you had your paperwork witnessed by 3 notaries that qualified as a judge. I didn't even know that.
Well, yeah,
I didn't know that. Where did you find that?
Once you've got that affidavit, okay, you can actually go to the county coroner, who is actually the highest enforcement officer in the county, and force him to do his job.
Well,
I tell you, when I confronted the county coroner with that information, he quit.
Yep, I know that one.
The next friggin' day, he quit.
Well, wasn't that kind of like something that I mentioned, and I wasn't quite sure how to go about it, but that's kind of like what I was indicating, that you could actually appoint somebody to sit in as a judge when you have evidence to prove that you're not getting a fair hearing or trial.
We can go to Trump and have Trump himself sit on that as a judge.
Yeah, we can. We can appoint them. Oh, speaking of appointees, remember when you go to court, you're going to go there because you're petitioning the court as you being making as you being a complaint. Because you're bringing the case to court, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you go to court now, even though you're the complainant, you're there also as a appointee.
One thing you've got to add here: you are the injured party corpus delicti.
Yes.
Right.
If you do not say corpus delicti injured party, you have no claim at all. The Supreme Court and court administration rules clearly state it.
That's already in our paperwork.
Awesome. Good. Yeah, that falls under 18. What was it? 3371.
Right.
So I said 3371. Was I correct?
Nope.
Okay. What?
3771.
Oh, I put 3371. Oh boy, I got the one wrong. I added an extra 3 rather than an extra 7. Oh, shoot. Oh, well.
Just do a notice of error.
Yeah, that's true.
They know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm going to be sending this by certified mail, so I'll correct the one that I'm sending by certified mail.
Yeah. Just white it out and write it in.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Because that's what I wrote on when I signed. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's what I actually put when I signed the forms regarding the IRS. I actually wrote that on there, and when I signed my name, I put I was a non-corporation.
Very good.
On the form also, so I forgot about that.
Because I've written an affidavit. I put it right to the IRS. Okay, if you say I'm a corporation, I want my business license, my charter, my bond, and my insurance.
Yeah, and I put on there. And I put on their corpus delicti, too.
Yep.
On the form.
Yep. Injured party corpus delicti.
Yep. Unfortunately, I put the wrong. Well, anyway, I'll correct it.
Yeah, well, I just want to let everybody know that they're trying to say it's costing them $1 million to clean up the pipeline where the Indians were on their property. Remember, the most valuable thing is the Indians have a trust fund called the Indian Cleanup Fund. I think it's worth like $2 billion. And the taxpayers didn't pay for a damn thing out there to be cleaned up. It came out of their fund.
Good.
So don't get confused by the lies out there, people.
Are they still out there protesting? I've dropped.
Yeah, there's still some are out there. The cops sent in military the other day to try to run them all out. What gets to me is that these stupid people out there refuse to write criminal charges on them. Even the chief and his wife refuses to do this stuff because it's like, well, if we do this, we could lose our federal funding. And I'm going, you guys must be the stupidest people in the world. Huh?
That's all they care about. How much money can I put in my pocket over this?
Yeah, they don't care about their people. It's all about them, themselves, and I. They don't care about their people, and they bluntly lie to we the people, and they lie to their own people. I live next to a tribe that has a casino that brings in millions. They only give their people $2,500 a year, and then they charge them for living in their own housing development, and then they write it off under Section 8 housing and still bill them, which is bullshit.
That's right.
And I got the Indians out here. They're too damn stupid, and I keep telling them this stuff, and it's like, duh, and it's like, you guys are supposed to be getting this a month each year. You're supposed to get a quarterly check of this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, I keep going, how dumb are people?
Well, I'm about ready to wash my hands of Indians, except I can't wash myself.
I know that. Well, yes, you can. You can clean it up a little bit, just like me, but I can't wash the blood out of me.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not going to change that because I like living.
It just irritates the daylights out of me. Indians are self-governing, and they don't have enough balls to go to their own court and bring these people in and try them.
I know. I've talked to them, and they're going, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. And I said, why not?
If they're self-governing, they can make their own rules.
But they don't know that. That's the problem.
Oh, they know it. Don't tell me they don't know it. I preach it.
No, I mean.
Yes, I know that. We've been preaching it.
Well, that's true. That's true. Here's one of the problems too. If they know it, they don't know how to go about it and how to address the paperwork.
Talk to the circuit court judge himself.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not talking about them.
Listen, Michelle.
This is about Indians being self-governed, the fact that pipeline could have been brought into an Indian court and tried.
Correct.
Yes, and I've told them how to do it myself, okay, and I know that it can be done because their court could get them off their land. All they have to do is file in the other court. The other court has to accept it. They refuse to do it because all I heard is, oh, we might lose our federal funding. They can't lose their federal funding because if they lose their federal funding, hey, you write your own bank. Now you have your own bank. Banks have to honor that through the banking codes and administration. And they sure the hell ain't going to give you a free limit of credit on the Indian reservation.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, I know. It is true. So that's what the point is. We got stupid people out there, you know, and I mean, you know, the thing is, some people want to be stupid and some don't. You know, we all of us started waking up to the truth. If we didn't wake up to the truth, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now. So we can't claim that we're stupid.
That's true.
You know, and like these La Rosa people and all these damn Mexicans, you know, they take their finger and says, don't deport us, and we have a right to invade this country. No, you don't. And I want to see the Muslims. I want to see the Arabs. I want to see the Mexicans, the Canadians, all the British personnel that don't have rights to be in this country deported. And don't ask me to care for your children, because you didn't love and care for your children when you invaded my country and our country. Right. You didn't ask for our permission when you terrorized us to care about our children.
Right.
So don't ask for compassion when you have none yourself.
Well, I agree. I'm agreeing. I when I was talking, I meant when you were talking about who you were referencing from, was it the people or the judge?
The countries that were helping, especially in the Middle East.
On which referencing are you referring
to? Regarding the Indians. Who were you talking to? The people?
I was talking to the damn chief of the damn tribe and his wife. I'm talking to the men and women in charge of the Indian tribes.
Let's put it this way.
The ones who run the goddamn courts that don't give a shit about their people.
Ed, I'm just getting clarification.
I've said it 100 times in the last 6 months.
Well, you might have said it for the last 6 months, Ed, and I was just asking for clarification who you were talking to.
Yeah, I know. I not be rude, but I've said it many times on this show too. If you go back in the hearings.
Clan mothers are the highest hierarchy in the Indian nation. Then it goes to the children, then the men.
Mm-hmm.
Always last.
Wow.
And don't forget the Women's March in the United States are run by the Muslims. They're not run by women.
I know, that's true.
This stuff has got to be brought to the American people's attention that, hey, why are you rubbing elbows here?
Yeah. Well, that's why they want the Sharia law, and that's why they're pushing for the Sharia law in the United States.
Now, in Illinois, they have a Sharia law council that's advising the House and Senate of Illinois right now today.
Yeah, that's sad.
I know, but people are not getting out there fighting against this. Because, I mean, I get people all the time tell me if I do this, I'm going to lose that. And I'm like, you guys think you're going to lose something. Wait till you see when you have nothing to lose and all it is a FEMA camp.
I'll tell you what's going to happen here. When they get their little Sharia law in, the first time somebody steals something and they cut his friggin' finger off, they'll be more than willing to go back to the laws of the United States.
But it'll be too late then.
That's exactly right.
That's the whole point.
They need to wake up now and start fighting this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why everybody's putting guns on their hips. We got 3 states that passed you do not need a concealed license permit to carry. And the main thing is, and I've fought this around 30 states in 10 years, proving to a lot of senators and congressmen, you don't need a concealed license permit so long as that you're lawful. If you are legal, you need a concealed license permit and to be registered with the Foreign Registration Administration Act of 1938.
True.
Well,
and I love this. Oh, she lived in this country. The Mexican are going, I've been in your country for 21 years and now I'm being deported with my children. Hey, you're a terrorist. You're an invader. What the hell are we paying for your crap?
Yeah, did you come in here lawfully, or did you just sneak your way in here?
Well, that's like the Senator DeLon in California. He did that. His parents invaded this country. He grew up in Southern California. Now he's a congressman. Now he's bitching on the Senate floor, congressional floor, going, well, if you go through, Trump, you're going to deport my parents and me because we all came here illegally. Yeah. And what the hell are you in Congress for? Because Congress says you have to be born on this soil. That's what it actually says in the Constitution.
Yeah, and it also says you have to be a natural.
Natural born. That means born on this soil. That means your parents are not native or natural on this soil being born here. That means you have to be native born under your parents 5 or more generations.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger was technically could not have been governor of California.
Yeah, isn't that amazing how many ran for presidency that shouldn't have been a president? Like Obama.
Yep.
God.
Yeah.
This is the point. People don't read the structure. They just get told. They don't investigate what the Constitution, what it really says. You know, I'm in Arizona. A new sheriff in Arizona is releasing 200 Mexicans a day or a week, they're saying right now, out of his jail because he thinks it's cruel and inhumane punishment to basically import immigration back to their country because it turns out he's from Mexico.
Oh, goody.
Oh, that's good. Oh, did David and Ed, something that you guys were talking about, guess what? Judicial Watch mentioned it. One of the things that you guys were talking about?
Yeah, I know. It came from Judge Napolitano because he responded to some of my stuff I sent him, and he did that on his talk show 10 days ago, brought it up on his show. He did a 3-minute segment.
Well, guess what?
Do you know what the Judicial Watch exactly said about what?
I'll have to send it to you. I just found it today on my in my email, but it's in their literature.
Okay.
It's actually in their literature what you brought to their attention, and they actually have it in their. It's documented. And the only reason why I know it came from you is because of what I know and what we've been talking about. So now they have it in their paperwork.
Good.
It's on the internet on Facebook.
That's part of the treason charges that are being filed against Obama.
Yep.
Okay, and this is the point. This is the point that I'm trying to work with this because. Remember, I announced that I'm waiting. I have to go get the paperwork out of the mailbox. I announced that I was going to do a recall on my governor. I have to fill out the paperwork totally different the way everybody else is doing theirs because I'm not in their system.
Right.
You know, so I got to do it totally different now. They changed election law after I recalled the entire school board in 2003. They changed it so you have to have a bank account, you have to have a committee of 5, you have to have this, sanctioned meetings, you know, and when I recalled the school board, I just filed on it and I recalled the school board. I didn't need all this democracy things of putting people in so they could argue about the recall so that way they could argue through the media so you could have opponents going against you in your own committee.
Speaking of it, David and Ed, the link regarding Judicial Watch, it's on my wall. I shared it on my wall, and I was going to forward it over to you and too. Unfortunately, I don't even think you get, even when I try to put it on your wall, according to Ed, they're not going through.
No, I'm getting the stuff when you put it on my wall, but you're not putting it on our site's wall. You're putting it on my Facebook wall, my personal one.
Right. That's okay. So you're getting. So yeah, the link I'm talking about regarding Judicial Watch, I put it on Facebook. So it's on my wall because I couldn't believe it. I was reading it, and I knew that came from you guys.
Just go Judicial Watch on Facebook It'll take you right to their link, and you can post anything right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true. But, well, I'm just letting you know that's the link, though, that when the one I was reading today, and I knew that came from you guys. So Judicial Watch put it in their material, and it's on Facebook.
Good.
Yeah, because I email them all the time, and I post the stuff on the judges, including 3 of their committee members, that I don't let people know about that one.
Well, that is awesome. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome news to know that we have Judicial Watch now sharing our information. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
See, I donated. I'm a member of Judicial Watch because I donated some money, and the reason why I did that is because I wanted to get the court documents.
Mm-hmm.
Because they share when you become a member, they give you their personal information. You know, in other words, what they're addressing on the court and how the court's responding back and things like that.
Yeah, well, Jodie Foster lost my respect for her.
Oh, I don't deal with her.
Well, you know Jodie Foster is a lesbian, right?
Yeah.
All right, because I don't care about if you're a lesbian, gay, whatever. I just don't want to hear about it. It's your problem. I don't want to hear about you being in the news warning. That's like the little 8-year-old boy on TV telling everybody in Trump, oh, I'm a transsexual, and you can't do this to me.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it is interesting, the bullshit, because an 8-year-old kid has no common sense, no intelligence to know if he's boy or girl anyways, and he's being programmed. Now, there was another kid in California a couple years ago, and they did a news press release on it, that they were trying to convert this little boy into a girl, and they were taking it to California Supreme Court for the court to start sex change on an 11-year-old child.
Oh, now that, oh my God, that's terrible. I disagree with that crap.
No, but I mean, yes. I mean, until you're 18, and I believe that you should sit down and reevaluate the truth of what you're doing.
Right, I agree.
You know, because if you're not reevaluating the truth that you're doing, you should have no business being there.
Right.
You know, because this ain't a free society. This is the one thing. It's only free to lawful bloodline Americans. It is not free to the general public. It's not free to these people that come from other countries that are making a living off of us and our structure. And then they're whining because all the farm workers are going to have to go back to Mexico. What does that mean? Your children need to get off their damn ass, turn the TVs off, and get back in the farms like I did when I grew up.
I agree.
Okay, you know, it didn't hurt me to go out and work. It didn't hurt me when I wasn't looking at TV and all this other crap. You know, see, that's the point. People are too lazy today, and, oh, I shouldn't have to work. Well, I worked. You know, I mean, just because I end up disabled, it wasn't my choice. I got my neck broken on the job defending people when a gunman comes in my bar, shooting up my bar as a bouncer. Oh, as a cop, too. We're supposed to do this. Instead of going rape, robbing, and pillaging the children like some do.
You know who?
Okay,
you know
but see, if we're not protecting the bloodline, there is no future for you or us.
Right. You know who else they're going after is CNN and that group for the hate crime.
False news and crap that they've been putting out.
Well, and the hate crime movement behind it too. That's why
that's what they put out. They're the ones that help do it by their negative response out to the general public.
Well, exactly.
That's how it happens. That's how it works. ABC.
Well, I was glad to see that.
Oh.
You okay, Ed?
Oh, I'm just hurting. I got to get up and let the dog out. My back is killing me, and
as long as your back and not your chest. You start going, ow, I'm thinking, oh my God, are you having a heart attack?
Yeah.
Maybe
that's what I was talking to the doctor, because they're like going to me, because see, I'm supposed to be the test pilot for Oregon, for medicinal use alcohol. And then when I was getting it set up, because they were going to make the insurance company, Workman's Comp, pay for all my alcohol. And then all of a sudden I'm being attacked going, well, you do that, you're an alcoholic. And so we can go after you for being an alcoholic.
Yeah. On CNN, Christy Amanpour, I think that's how you say her last name, she's the one who warned about the Jerusalem and the democracy are in partial peril.
Jerusalem, who gives a shit about the Jews? They're not our problem.
Well, that's what she...
Shut the door. We don't need them. Because she's opening up to keep people going in that direction over bullshit.
I know. I hear you. Do
you get I see all these Jew flags flying around, and everybody goes, well, you should fly up and support Islam, and you should support the Jews, and you should support, it's like, excuse me, that's foreign country.
Right.
That's not America.
Right. Well, they're talking about the bias. They're talking about the bias movement behind it. That's what.
That's what I'm talking about. It's all the structure, and people go into this stuff, and that's how it gets talked about. Because, instead of people just turning it off and saying we're tired of the bullshit.
Well, you know what? I think a lot of people have turned it off, and that's why they're trying everything in their power now to take control, and they're finding out it ain't working. Do you get the every now and then? Do you get the flyer? It's called the Watchdog.
Of course, I know the guy who runs it.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's good.
I know a lot of people.
Well, you know what? That's great, because that proves why Judicial Watch then is coming out and putting our information in their paperwork.
I know a lot of things that are coming out. I mean, I've been called crazy for years, and now all of a sudden things that I approved, including stuff I did up at the Capitol, is coming to light when I have the House and Senate members meeting on public hearing that property taxes are voluntary.
Well, Ed, that's a plus on your part and on David's part and whoever else.
It's a plus for the people that are lawful Americans, and it's time for us to, even if we're immigrants, of the immigrants that don't start protecting their bloodline.
Right.
Okay, they're not going to be able to survive, because remember, I'm getting ready to put this other paperwork in, so is everybody else, because we want to make sure that we stop all public land sales, period.
Well, and here's
and you can't buy public land. That's the whole point. They're trying to sell 500,000 acres in the state of Oregon, public land, because the Democrats got so far in debt with China. My response I said to them 8 years ago was, fine, we'll put your assets in your lap, we'll send you to China, and we'll let them deal with it. We'll take your land and give it back to the people. And they all panic, because they know if they go to China that way, their assets will be going to the Chinese bank, and they'll be beheaded. That's the reality. Wow. That's the real reality.
Ain't all bad.
Yeah.
And everybody at the Capitol, I had senators going, well, Ed, this is on public record. Well, Ed, isn't that a little harsh?
Oh, too bad. Truth hurts.
It's not the truth. I said harsh. I said I thought it was fair.
Yeah.
I thought it was equal treatment.
Jason, I thought I was the mean one when I said I don't care how they come here, give them a bottle of water and a peanut butter jelly sandwich and send them on their way where they came. In other words, hogwash.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm so glad that
this is one bill I've been fighting in Oregon, because we went through this in Oregon going against where they were giving driver's licenses like California does. All right, they issue them driver's license even though that they are an immigrant, and you're not supposed to get a driver's license. You're not supposed to register the vote.
That's
right. You cannot vote. And a citizen, and if you actually read what a citizen is, of the state citizen, that means 4 or 5 generations or more. That goes back to the treaties that each state has in the 1817 through 1867 of all the treaties, and the states says it. Even it says in our treaty in the state of Oregon, and it says in our treaty we could actually own our land without paying taxes, and I have it on NewOregonTractors.com.
I hear you.
And I preach this stuff out to them. I've been on the floors. I've had it where, I was being followed at some of the hearings when I left the Capitol one night and one afternoon. I watched these guys. These guys were trying to get me to a point where I felt they were going to shoot me. So I'm glad I have 4-wheel drive on the fly. So I took them in an area through the mountainside. They got stuck, and I knew it was going to take them at least an hour to get out of there. By that time, it would be dark on the road, and the road only gets a car every hour or two.
Well, Ed, that was my point. My point is we're making history because
we're making headway.
How many years has it been that we've been preaching this stuff? And now we have lawyers who are backing
paying
us
attention,
up.
I know. And this is the point. When they sit there and try to do this, that, and the other thing, that's like the bar when they, I'll be filing on this attorney here pretty soon. The one that conspired trying to murder me with that, and I got to send him a copy. Oh, what is that called? Dealing on identity theft, because he made a living as a public pretender, billing on my birth certificate bond for the county.
Right.
And I know how it works. That's what pissed me off, and I'm telling him this stuff. And he goes, you don't understand this. And then all of a sudden, when he's sitting there, and I told this, and I'll repeat myself, when they were trying to put me in jail for telling a cop he couldn't serve a warrant because a judge cannot sign a warrant, only a grand jury of 12. This was actually on the recording on YouTube when the cop kidnaps me, literally.
Right.
And so, I'm telling him this stuff, and you can't do this, you can't serve this warrant and stuff, and that's why they get pissed off at me. I mean, let me tell you, I've got traffic tickets that they kept on issuing me that I kept on beating, because of my mouth, because they would try to sit there and just tell me, do what you're told, do what you're told. And I tell them, get the hell out of here, because you do what you're told because you work for we the people.
Right, exactly.
I don't do what I'm told because you're my slave. You're my employee. Oh, no, we're the government. Like I tell people, I spent time in the government. I comprehend this reality.
Well, and you know something, Ed? That instrument that that you are giving them is awesome because it outlines a lot of that, what you have been preaching, and I'm so glad that they are getting them that instrument.
Well, and this is the one thing I want to congratulate the other people that are starting to file their criminal charges on identity theft.
Yep.
Okay, because see, remember, identity theft is when a tax collector uses your identity too when you have no contract with them. Not only that, folks, don't forget you have to file with the Department of Post Office, the federal post office, because that is not only that, it's called postal fraud.
That's true. That is true.
You can't send criminal activities through the mail. And actually, that technically goes back to 1889. 1880? Yeah, I think it's 1889 with the Pony Express.
Wow.
Because remember back then they used to ship gold shipments back through the structure to pay employees or miners and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, and this is the point with knowing what real history is compared to what the TVs tell us, or like La Raza is going, oh, we're Mexicans, we have rights here. And that was part of what Obama was part of, La Raza in the South, in Florida and that stuff, and these men and women don't have rights in our country, and that's the point. They invaded us, okay? And so the point is, once you start standing up for your bloodline, remember, it's your bloodline. If you don't have children, you don't give a damn about all that stuff, hey, that's your rights, not privileges, not choice, that's your right.
That's true. That is true.
All right? Because the law says you don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, wait. That is called man and woman's law because a woman has a right to her body to an abortion if she decides, and no man has a right to speak against it because you should have picked the right woman to begin with, and it's your liability and responsibility. You know? And I can preach that. I've lost 2 children.
I know.
So, I mean, I know what it's like losing real bloodline, going through those things. Okay, yeah. But if you don't respect the woman, do you expect the woman to dictate to you how to do in your own home? I'm the man of the home. My house rules, my law. But remember, if I don't wake up happy, she don't wake up happy, we have a problem. And if I'm that much of an asshole, I have to worry about waking up at all. I mean, come on. There's been men that just pass away in their sleep for being abusive to women.
Well, that's
you know, and I'm talking abusive, not mental games and all the other arguments that we go through.
No,
you know.
I know what you mean. Oh. Well, I'm glad. I was so thrilled when I was going through the email, and I thought, well, I'll start looking through these emails because I get the emails through Judicial Watch. And I just kind of start clicking on the links, and I couldn't believe it. I go, oh my gosh, they're talking about what we're talking about. I was so thrilled.
Mm-hmm.
That made my day. I was like, oh, we're making headway. Yahoo!
You know,
I think I'm going to tell you right now, Ed, and because of what we've been doing and what we've been preaching for how long now? Yeah, I think we have stirred the pot. And
we already know that, but our point right now is that we got to get Judicial Watch and Judge Politano to talk about the legal and lawful rights of trespass or traveling.
Well, what do you think I've been doing, Ed?
This point.
Every time I go on their website and I look at their video or and I read their literature, what do you think I do? That's what I put on there. Oh, you mean what's the difference between lawful and legal? Do you know the difference? I mean,
yeah, that's the one thing. And people need to know that. People need to do that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. So that way they go, oh, wait, what's this? You know? What does she mean by that now?
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead, May.
Links to Truth is on. I'm going to pass the floor over to him.
Say that again?
Hey, Ed, it's Links.
Oh, hey, Links, how you doing?
Not bad. I was just wondering, has Dave looked at the website lately?
Well, ask him.
Dave, have you looked at the website lately?
Yeah.
And wait a minute, don't forget to ask him the other question. Why hasn't he sent you what?
He hasn't sent me anything. And
I know.
I was also wondering, does he like that I put his name on the title thing completely in lowercase so he's not complaining anymore?
I sent you some stuff. Hey.
I can barely hear him.
I know, he's not talking in the phone again. And you sent it to who, where, what, and how?
I was on the website today and posted some stuff, so why isn't it showing up?
Well, you were talking on Facebook, not the website. There is 2 different concepts of 2 animals.
Okay, Dave, were you on New Organ Tracker's website, or were you on Facebook?
New Oregon Trackers.
So you were
I was on
it.
Facebook when I went to New Oregon Trackers.
On Facebook, but you couldn't post on New Oregon Tracker's site because only we have somebody that does that. You cannot. I cannot. But you could do it on Facebook site.
Dave, I don't have Facebook, so I can't see anything you post.
Oh. Well, you and I need to talk offline then.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good decision.
See, maybe that's why I'm thinking I'm doing it and it's not getting done.
Oh, that could be a reality.
Well,
so we finally cracked the ice on top of the fishing pole. I mean, the fishing line or lake.
I'm just trying to make sure the information gets out there, so that everybody that goes to that site can get in there and start to getting their mind blown with how much information Ed has been throwing at me. And I want to make sure you got your information in there too, Dave.
Yeah. Well, I would love that.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
To get it.
I will pass the number on, and that way we'll deal with that one. And I'm glad to see that you jumped on tonight, because this has been informative.
I actually tried to say may I a few times, and y'all were just too busy.
Going over you, and that's when I told you twice. I said, go ahead, may I, and nobody said anything, and then somebody else popped up.
Well, I think I might have hung up by now. I get frustrated after a while.
Well, all right, I can't comment to that one.
Listen, guys, it's. I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's 12:30 my time, and I'm going to.
Yeah, I think it's time we should wrap it up, because it is getting late, and I still got a couple of things, because I have to be up and I have to be out of here at 7:00 to go see the other surgeon.
Okay, let's close up then.
So, because I got to go deal with another surgeon with my spine, and, it's like I'm trying to figure out what's really going on with my body and all the injuries and stuff that I've sustained. So it's just putting the pieces together.
Well, good luck. So, good luck, Ed.
So, but anyhow, I'll call the other gentleman up when we get off here. And so when we get off and get that passed on, and then I'll call you back, Dave. I'll call you first and then pass the information, and we'll get that tied up. So anyhow, go ahead and close up, Dave, and then I'll close up, and we'll call it a night and get ready for next week. Oh, by the way, before we close up, does anybody want to say anything, or did you have a quick question before we got off here? Okay, no other hands rose, so Dave, the floor is yours.
Well, again, Ed and I and Michelle, appreciate you joining us tonight for a conversation in education. Please, above all, file these forms. File the criminal complaints. Wake them up to the fact we're not putting up with this stuff anymore. So do your due diligence. It's your bloodline. It's your country. We either work to save it or we're going to lose it, because there are people out there who would love to take it away from us.
And put Sharia law in place.
And end this freedom. So, thank you, America. And until next week, this is Dave saying good night.
Travel safe, everybody.
Yeah. And I like to say on that note, too, that I appreciate everybody listening and pay attention, and the responses that we get on the emails and stuff and Facebook. Sometimes it takes me sometimes to get back to people, because sometimes it's taking a couple weeks for me to get back to people. But remember, I'm overwhelmed, too, plus I'm dealing with my own severe medical issues, so I'm trying to deal with all the structures and above, but it's just part of life, so I can't sit there and go, oh, I got to shut people down like so many people going, oh, my health this, and I got to go sit there and do this shit. No. All right, I've had heart attacks, I got chronic pain, I got crushed back, but I'm still here. I'm not going to use this damn excuses, because I'm still filing my paperwork. I'm still learning from others, and we're all learning with each other. And the whole point is we're not educating each other. How do you expect your children to have any reality of what this country is really about compared to the lies they're getting in school under the democracy system, to make sure that they are transsexual or transgender or whatever else, so they're not living as real men and women anymore, that they're so confused about what's between a man and a woman's legs that they have to ask somebody without knowing it. When we were growing up as kids, us people over 50s and 60s and 70s, we did that. We got bopped in the head for being stupid. None of us forgot that. You know, I mean, and people say, oh, well, you're supposed to be nice to stupids. Well, remember, stupidity really started when they put in, what was that, the Common Core and the education program so we could dumb down society? Because remember, what you think about a college degree technically is a ninth grade education of 1950. It sure to hell ain't intelligence of college today. So, but anyhow, we would appreciate it. We want to thank you. May the Great Spirit and Mother Earth bless you. Travel safely. And remember, when you're talking to elected and public servants, use the correct verbiage. When they start talking about vehicles, no, that's a covered wagon. Oh, an engine? No, that's horsepower. See, they know the game. Trust me, when people say cops don't know this, and I've dealt with cops who, yeah, some of them didn't know. All right, but a lot of them truly do know, and they use that to convince other people that are listening on talk shows to think, oh, cops are stupid, and this is the way they're trained. They're not stupid. They know if they don't commit piracy, they're not making $100,000 a year. A cop in 1980 made $34,000 a year. The average cop today makes $100,000 plus bonus packages. So don't be confused and don't be misguided by lies of others. And if you're not sure, do the research. You know, check it out. You know, I've done the research on these things. And, you know, it's been interesting. I've even got the former police chief for the state of Oregon admitting that in an interview. He was very candid and honest with me. And that's the one thing that a lot of these men and women in the state, public servants, I'm honest with them, they're honest with me. I'm not going to attack them for being honest because they know what they're doing. They know the situations they're doing it. So I have to respect them. They have to respect me because when you know the gig is up, they're not going to go harass you. They're going to go after somebody who's stupid.
And remember, Ed, when I went to court the other day, the sheriff's deputy pulled my chair out for me so I could sit.
See? He was doing that because he realized the respect for you.
That's right.
Yep.
And he didn't sit there and handcuff you and put your head in the table and play all that game. He showed you the respect, and that's the point. You do start getting respect by these men and women when you go in it instead of pointing fingers.
That is true.
And they were really, really nice to me. I mean, exceptionally nice compared to what I had a year ago. Every time I walked into that courthouse, it was harassment. It's 100% turnaround.
Wow, that's awesome. That's good to hear too.
See, once they realize that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, yeah. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
Right, and then the other point, when we're going to court, remember, folks, one of the biggest things, try to get as many people you can go to court on it. Try to get it in the media on different things before you go. Different medias around you, even Facebook media that's around your area. Because maybe people who have the day off of work or something would like to come learn what you are doing and try to put the pieces together to see if you're telling the truth or not. We all been there. And see, this is how it works, because if we don't do this, what's the future of our children going to be?
That's right.
That's a good point, Ed. And if they request for an audio recording, which they are entitled to do, that's even great too, because then they can post it on the internet.
Yep. So anyhow, I appreciate it, folks. You all have a good evening. Travel safely. We'll be back here next Monday. And if you got questions, write them down, bring them up, post them on the walls. You know our sites. We'll get that posted up too. So we're just getting things caught up. I apologize. It's been a long day.
I'd like to add something too, Ed. Because of our hard work and your hard work and David's hard work, and the hours that we put in on these calls.
Yeah, that we put in, yes.
I would like to make a suggestion, and that is I'd like to put some kind of information available on the Organ Tracker's website as volunteering donations to help pay for this time and the cost that you have to pay for these phone calls.
Yeah, we're going to be trying to get something set up on it. We're working on it. We're trying to figure it out. I sent you an email, too, today on it. You got part of it. So we're working on something, but I want to stay out of PayPal and stuff. What I want to do is be able to set it up, because if somebody wants to donate to somebody, all they have to do is call the 800 number company and make a donation. This way, we stay out of the banking structure. We stay out of, what do they call, PayPal bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's learning how to be smart, and this is the point. There's no intelligence, because it's like I have people who have donated to me. I tell them to go pay my water and electricity bill. Send me a receipt to prove it. I don't need the money. Well, I need the money right now. I'm still fighting without income and stuff. But what I'm saying is when people have helped me out doing that, I let them go pay the bill. Okay? Because if they really mean what they're doing, they will do that.
I like that a lot better myself, too, rather than going through that crap with PayPal. I agree.
Yeah, because, we still got it. We're going to be coming up with the 800 number. So we're going to be coming up with that ourselves. So, I can contribute so much a month for a little bit. But like I said, I just had a really heavy sting on some finances this month that I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to go through the month, because when I go to the doctors, I pay somebody to travel me right now, because if I travel myself, I'll be shot. They've already admitted to that. That's on YouTube. So I got to pay somebody to travel me, and I'm on disability, so I got to decide if I'm eating or not.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up.
So it's a reality.
I agree, and you're going to have medical bills that's going to be hanging on your head. So that's why
I already filed all them off. They're terrified of me on that. I don't. They already tried to come after me, and now I went after them. Okay, and now it's just all of a sudden the doctors are starting to be very nice, because they realized I filed $25 million against the hospital.
Good.
And I filed it on the doctor that was involved in the my heart attack that tried to kill me.
Good.
So, they're reading it, and when their attorney calls me up, and I said, you're ready to make a settlement? You're ready to offer me something here? Oh, no, I just want to call and let you know we're not getting involved in all this stuff. We don't know what you're talking about. You sent us this instrument, and we don't know what you mean by it, but we could understand some of what you sent us. But the other stuff you sent us, we don't know what you mean. Well, I quoted their own administrative rules in the lawsuits, and they didn't like it because I'm not an attorney, and their attorney that is the head of the firm for the entire hospital structure, calls me up, tries to bullshit me, and when he couldn't bullshit me, he realized that, oh, shit. And I said, well, don't worry, I'll just take it to federal court. And he goes, why would you want to do that? And I said, then when I do that, I'm coming after your bar license, because I know you're British registration of the King and Queen of England and the bar of the state of Oregon, and I'll run your bar license, and I'll track down your insurance pod number. And he goes, well, what do you know about that one? Because I know they have a reinsurance on attorneys that nobody's supposed to know they do.
That's right.
And I've even got the director of the bar on audio tape admitting it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That reinsurance also applies to police officers.
That's right.
Yep, sure does.
And judges, and mayors, and city councils, because they all have to be insured in bond. I know. I've been elected in public servants myself in the past. I know what it's like when I rescinded all my contracts, especially with my election structure, because I was elected employee and I was elected servant. And the last time I was elected, I didn't even know I was running for office.
What? There's a form, believe it or not, Ed, there's an actual form, too, on medical, regarding your medical as it being exempt.
Yes, I know. But see, I don't do taxes, so why am I worried about exempt form when I don't do taxes?
Well, that's true.
I mean, I already got my stuff somewhat covered on those things. They can't come after me. But the other point is that when they want you to do identity theft and all this with the IRS, I've never been involved in the IRS. Why do I want to introduce myself to their living hell?
Well, you don't have to be involved with the IRS
yes,
to file.
You do. The minute you put that application in, it makes you involved. That's why I'm doing it the way I am doing it, because I don't pay taxes, never have, never will. And the minute you start putting their paperwork in it, you are authorizing. That's exactly how they got Al Capone nailed for tax fraud.
Well, yeah, if you're going after...
No, he signed a tax deal.
Right.
And he said, oh, I did this and that. And he signed for tax credits. So that's why he went to jail. I ain't stupid. I know the court case.
Well,
so I will not comply.
I'm not that's correct. But let's make that clear, because you're talking about a person or a man who was challenging the
he was challenging the IRS because the man signed with the IRS. If he never signed a contract, never, even a tax boo-boo, they could have never put him in jail. The judge even admitted it in the closing argument of his decision on the trial itself.
I'm not
the judge wrote it in that and said if he never signed anything, there's no way we could have charged him with anything. The minute he signed anything with the IRS, he gave us jurisdiction because of his autograph and signature. The judge put it in the actual statement. So, no, I do not do that because I never complied. I'm not going to put my life in that type of realm. I'm not that ignorant.
Well, I'm agreeing with you there, but I just don't want to confuse our audience as to what we were telling them as filing a form as to identity theft with the IRS.
Right, no, identity theft you can file with the Federal Trade Commission.
Right. I don't want to confuse
and if
the
you
audience
have paid taxes and you are part of the tax structure, you can do it that way. And when you do that, don't forget to file your 1040X form. So we got to put that in so they know about the 1040X form to file and do it all correctly.
That's a good point.
So eventually we're going to be working all this up in a structure where we're going to write it up. So, basically it'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, explanation. But we are working on putting this together. We are working on another book right now, putting this stuff together. Dave's working on his part. I'm working on mine, and Michelle's working on hers. We plan on having this knocked out here. My deal is to have the structure of the other book ready to go within 30 days, because I like to have that one at least going one way or the other, before my birthday, the 30th of March, my born date, because I like to get that one published, and if we could get it published, then that way we own 100% of the rights, and then that way we could subcontract it out, because once people read it, it'll be subcontractable.
Yeah, I agree. Ed, I got a question on the 1040X form.
Right.
Can you give me a little bit of an outline? What does that involve?
Dave, you still there?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're rescinding your contract with them on taxes already paid.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. So it has to do with rescinding. Okay.
A year ago there was a 3-page instruction sheet. Today it's 12 pages long.
I don't know how it got so big because they added some other tax structure into it. So you have to know what it is, and I think it might have came from a couple of things that Dave and I filed.
Okay. The reason why I brought that up, or I asked that question, is because I did see it when I was going over the forms, and I did see it, but I wasn't quite sure all what it. The
OMB number on it is for the White House.
That's right. Remember, there is an OMB number.
Now that's true.
They don't want you to know this.
I didn't know it was for the White House.
It has no OMB number, and that's why the district court in Michigan ruled it of no standing in law. Anything that does not have an OMB number on it has no standing in law.
Ooh, good point, David.
All government forms must be approved by the Office of Management and Budget.
Good point.
And and the OMB numbers that are on all IRS forms, you need to Google them and find out to who they apply.
Oh, okay, that's a good point.
IRS, the only authority the IRS have in this union state or in the United States is in the holding territories belonging to the holding states, or the United States, I mean. Washington, D.C., New York City, Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Galapagos Islands, etc.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's a good point because...
Well, we do have the federal court cases that clearly states, and we have the administration rules that says that elected public servants, registered church member, immigrations, mandatory have to pay. That's part of the debt of the Bankruptcy Act of March 9th, 1933. That's why House Resolution 2040 was enacted. That's part of the FDR bill. And that's what I put out in mine and Dave's cover letter that sometimes people say, yeah, it takes so much, and you put so much in that letter for your talk show. And I'm like, have you actually sat down and read it? And they're like, no, it's just too much to read. And I said, if you read it, it answers the 3 questions you asked me or the 2 questions you asked me. Why don't you read?
Yeah, don't you hate that? That is so annoying. I
hear
you.
Because it's in the structure with the taxes and stuff that I sent out.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, that's why, it's basically, 5 pages long what I'm sending out with the structure for the talk show?
The average person band is 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They've been convinced that because of TV programs, on an average of 19 minutes per 30 minutes with the commercials. Do you see how they mentally program you right off the bat? Or with you have a life attention span of 40 minutes because you got 20 minutes of commercials? It's psychological. They spent billions of dollars programming this stuff so they knew how to control your mind by them controlling you.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple.
I agree.
Let's step out of the movie, watch the production, how they control us.
And just remember, nothing is understood until it's read over and over and over again.
Yep. Anyhow, folks, I got to say this. It's been 5 hours now.
Yeah, we got to close.
And so, anyhow, I'm very thankful and blessed of all you joining us. Please pass the word, pass the likes on our walls. Okay? We will continue the education every week. And for others that have called me, I'm still answering some of your questions. I'll get some responses back to you in a couple of days. But remember, I'm still dealing with some major medical issues. I got some news I wasn't thrilled about, but I have to deal with. I can't sit out there and go, oh, poor me, because it don't work that way. I can sit there and have poor me, but who's going to listen? I'm real. Anyhow, may the Great Spirit walk with you, travel with you, and remember, do yourself one favor, pick up after yourself. It helps.
Turn a may I in there.
Oh, go ahead, may I?
May I? This is Dr. Claude. I would like to make sure that we have the ice cream and cake for this party.
Oh, thank you.
Sounds good.
What flavor are you bringing?
Well, I'd like the strawberry and whipped cream.
Oh, good man.
Hey, Dr. Claus, I'm sorry I didn't get back with you. I did get your message, and I took your phone number down, and I was going to call you. So I wanted you to know
You haven't got that far yet.
Yeah, no, all is well. I was checking on my brother Dave to make sure he was all right out there, and hadn't heard from him in a few minutes, but we communicated, and all is well.
Oh, that's good.
I get upset, Dr. Claude, but, I'm hanging in there. I'm not going to give this up, believe me.
Well, let me say this. Keep hanging in there, because if you let go, I was told there was some alligators, crocodiles, raccoons, and sharks at the bottom.
Yeah, but they're all good eating.
So
that's why I want to help Trump drain the swamp, okay?
And we are, because like I was just telling Ed and David, some of our information is being revealed in the Judicial Watch's material on Facebook.
No, there people are paying attention. We just don't sit there and let our heads get exploded, and then we just be simple-minded, and we won't have issues.
Oh, I was excited. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm not
I was so excited.
I'm just saying is that we have to keep sanity because we cannot let our head gloat like some of these other Democrats do.
No,
that's the only reason they make a living.
True.
So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna close. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say good night. And
night.
Good luck tomorrow. I'll be praying for you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. It's interesting. It's life.
I'm sorry.
What was that, Dave?
Said the good book says that pride cometh before the fall, so don't let your pride get to you. You know.
I agree. I agree.
No, a couple shots of rum. Hey, we're fine.
All right. I'm going to let you guys talk. Good night.
Good night, Michelle.
Good night.
Anyhow.